missing person, please. They're still missing. How can we help? Keep your eyes out. Get your tips and information into this family. Or there is no penalty for this, or there's not a tough enough sentence for this. I think the advocacy that it galvanizes, the awareness that it can galvanize is a really positive effect. And the trick, in my opinion, the point would be to center the victims, or to ensure that who or what you're centering is the appropriate thing. So as we consume these stories, and of course there's an entertainment value, right? I love a good ghost story around a campfire. That's the whole point. We are entertained by this to a degree, but also we should be left with something that galvanizes us, whatever it is, that it leads to all of us being safer and better and more compassionate, so that we can safely consume our ghost stories without hurting people any worse.
Emily Campagno, thank you so much for your time and for this work. Appreciate it.
Jessica, thank you so much for having me on.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink. Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress. I look and feel better than I have in years. Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code CORE, or text CORE to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code CORE. Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You could be feeling these changes within just a couple of days. Text CORE to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kin Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policy policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now there's a simple, easy, and effective way to clean your nose and protect your health. It's called Navage. Navage. Available at Navage.com.
Neil Armstrong waited 6 hours and 39 minutes to step onto the surface of the moon. Jackie Robinson waited 20 months to play his first game with the Brooklyn Dodgers. And even DiCaprio had to wait 22 years to win an Oscar. You can wait until your destination. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Thursday, June 13th. I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown. President Biden, Ukraine's President Zelensky set to meet today at the G7 summit in Italy, as the U.S. is expected to announce a long-term agreement with Ukraine. Meantime, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin's in Brussels to host the 23rd meeting of the Ukraine Defense Contact Group. And House lawmakers voting to hold Attorney General Merrick Garland in contempt on Wednesday for refusing to provide subpoenaed audio tapes of President Biden's classified documents interview with special counsel Robert Hur. Democrats calling the contempt vote political. I'm Ted Lindner on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Rich Cioli, afternoons 3 to 7, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Our next Talk Radio 1210 WPHT Politics and Pints. I'll be hosting #1 international best-selling author, Navy SEAL Jack Carr. That's right, June 25th. Tuesday night, June 25th at the Zlock Performing Arts Center at Bucks County Community College in Newtown, PA. Tickets are on sale now, and they will sell out. Go to 1210WPHT.com and get your tickets. And I want to see you there. And if not, remember, I got a guy, and he's a Navy SEAL. See you then.
Want to put your baseball skills to the test? Then get ready to show your stuff with MLB Pitch, Hit, and Run. The official youth skills competition of Major League Baseball. Sign up for free for a chance to play your way to the Pitch, Hit, and Run finals at the 2024 World Series. Visit pitchhitrun.com today.
Cozy Jewelers is the place to go to for exquisite engagement rings. Thinking about popping the question this summer? Whether you buy something off the shelf or go for a custom engagement ring, Cozy is there for you and will make sure you get the perfect ring thanks to Cozy's 5 C's. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and the Cozy touch. This summer, begin a lifetime of happiness with a ring from Cozy. Go to Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square or shop online at CozyJewelers.com. That's CozyJewelers.com. And step up to the 5th C, COZZI.
Summer savings at Hessert Chevrolet. We're rolling out incredible savings on top Chevy models, Silverado and Trailblazer. Drive home a new 2024 Silverado with 1.9 APR for 72 months, up to $4,500 off MSRP, or a 2024 Trailblazer for $299 per month for 36 months. Don't miss out on these special offers here at Hessert Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Visit HessertChevrolet.com today.
Your way or no way at Hessert Chevrolet.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. ramp.com/250.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
Hey, Ambler. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Follow us anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
The Federal Reserve deciding Wednesday to leave its key interest rate unchanged for now. Fed Chair Jerome Powell.
The committee decided at today's meeting to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 5.25% to 5.5%. and to continue reducing our securities holdings.
The Fed also saying it expects to lower the rate just once this year instead of 3 times due to inflation. The Consumer Price Index, the broad measure of how much everyday goods cost, unchanged in May from April. It rose 3.3% over the last year. Core prices that exclude food and energy rose 0.2% in May, 3.4% from a year ago. Today we'll get the Producer Price Index numbers for May. On Wall Street, the Nasdaq up 265 for its third straight record close, 16th of the year. The S&P 500 up 46, also its third straight record close, 26th of the year. The Dow was down 35. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
We have been warned about this for months, dating back to the Hamas terror attack October 7th that triggered Israel's war in Gaza.
We've seen the threat from foreign terrorists rise to a whole nother level.
That was FBI Director Christopher Wray testifying at a House hearing last week.
This is by no means a time to let up or dial back.
Underscoring that threat, 8 foreign nationals, in the U.S. illegally, suspected of having ties to ISIS, were arrested
by ICE and the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force in recent days in New York, Philly, and right here in Los Angeles.
Fox's Bill Malugin reports that all 8 of them had come here crossing the Mexican border
and received, quote, full vetting by DHS, during which time no derogatory information on them was flagged. Now, we're told potential ties to terrorism and national security concerns flagged later on, after they were apparently released into the U.S.
And that has Republicans in Congress even more concerned.
The conversation has been for far too long that people have been saying that many Republicans, many of those warning about the travesty at the southern border and the Biden border crisis, that we were fearmongers.
Congressman Anthony D'Esposito is from New York and is on the House Homeland Security Committee.
And I speak with law enforcement professionals every single day from across this nation. Obviously, being a retired NYPD detective, my ties are deep, and I try to speak to them to make sure that they have the resources that they need so I could be their voice here in the halls of Congress. And it is not about if there will be another terrorist incident. It's when, and this is real. My district was the home of the Cricket World Cup over the last week or so, and the Nassau County Police Department, our county executive Bruce Blakeman, have been working with law enforcement partners, between myself and others, to make sure that event was safe. But it was again an event that we were dealing with high-level threats, and some of them leading back to ISIS. It is clear that the policies and the work that's being done along the southern border, it's just not working. And recently we saw the president impose what he says is an executive order, which in essence will still allow almost 1 million people to come across our southern border illegally.
Now, the president, when he issued the executive order, he says that he's doing all he can and they would stop asylum claims when the average gets over 2,500 in a day, I guess in a week or something to that effect, and it would also change some of the rules on asylum. He has said that he's doing all he can, and it was Republicans who blocked the action at the border because there was a bipartisan Senate deal that ended up failing when former President Trump and other Republicans decided that they didn't like it after all. Why did that deal fall apart?
So the executive order that the president announced last week, 2,500 individuals a day, you times that by 365 days, you're looking at 900,000 and change. If you ask me, that's not a solution to the problem. That's a surrender. And it's the same issue that was facing with this so-called, and I use air quotes, bipartisan border bill that was put across, which included immigration. Realize that over a year ago, House Republicans and the Homeland Security Committee passed H.R. 2. It's probably one of the most comprehensive border security bills that this country has seen in over 2 decades. It invested millions upon millions of dollars in our southern border in technology and infrastructure. It hired an additional 30,000 Customs and Border Patrol agents. It began building the wall immediately. It shut down asylum at our southern border. And the Senate Democrats have completely ignored it. And then when we entered this election year, and I believe that Democrats started to look at polls and they realized that Biden's poll numbers are completely in the dumpster, and that dumpster is about to ignite, they all of a sudden magically came up with this bipartisan border bill that, quite frankly, we don't need the bipartisan border bill. What we need, the starting point should have been H.R. 2 and the Secure the Border Act. And really all that bipartisan border bill did was codify the orders that Joe Biden put in place. What we should have done, and if you really cared about securing the border, he would have went back and thought about his first 30 days in office when he rescinded all of the Trump border policies. Said that they weren't right for the country, they weren't right for the United States of America and our safety. And now we realize 3.5 years later, as each one of those was rescinded, he created a country that was less safe and put people in danger.
When it comes to these 8 who were arrested, they're from Tajikistan. That's a country that's next door to Afghanistan. Another one of its borders is China. From that country came the terrorists that attacked the concert in Moscow, killing over 100 people a few months ago. So has Tajikistan become a bigger threat for us?
I think many countries have become bigger threats. I mean, if you read some of the reports that come out from Customs and Border Patrol each day, there was a day a few weeks ago where of people encountered at the southern border, they hailed from 64 different countries. Think about that. In one day, Customs and Border Patrol agents encountered individuals at our southern border trying to make entry to the United States of America from 64 different countries. And yes, there are many people who want to come to the United States of America for that American dream, the better way of life, a better quality of life, better education for their children and grandchildren, a place for democracy and being able to worship and vote. All of those are super important, but let's not put our heads in the sand and say that there are people that are making entry into this country to cause America harm. And that's a fact. We have adversaries in China, in Russia, in Afghanistan, in Iran, that there is no question that they are utilizing the failures at our southern border, the fact that it is wide open. They are using that to come into the United States of America and at some point will try to cause harm to Americans.
Now, when the New York Post broke the story about the 8 terror suspect arrests, it reported that one of them was recorded in a conversation saying, "Remember the Boston Marathon bombing? I'm afraid something like that might happen again or worse." Something FBI Director Christopher Wray warned about in his testimony last week.
Increasingly concerning is the potential for a coordinated attack here in the homeland, not unlike the ISIS-K attack we saw at the Russia concert hall back in March.
Now, those attackers in Russia killed more than 100 people at that concert hall, and they were also from Tajikistan.
The 8 individuals, thankfully, that were apprehended by ICE after an investigation, we should be thankful that the system worked. But let's focus on the now over 1.5 million individuals, the 1.5 million known gotaways that have come across our southern border. We don't know what they're doing, who they're talking to, who they're associating with. And we would be foolish to think that out of that giant number of 1.5 million, that none of them have come into this country, again, to continue out terrorist opportunities and to cause harm to the United States of America.
Now, the president is in Italy for a summit of G7 countries. A lot of the focus is on Ukraine. Last week, when he was in France, he apologized to Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky. He'll have a news conference with Zelensky from Italy. He apologized to him for months of delays for additional aid to Ukraine that Republicans in Congress held up for months. What's the story with the American military aid, and what's your view of where we are with that?
So I supported the funding, the package that we voted on that Saturday, which was not only funding to Ukraine but funding to Israel, the Indo-Pacific. I think it was important. I think that Ukraine needs to do a better job, and it's something that I've been vocal about, of putting forth checks and balances so that we know where that funding is being spent and how it's being spent. But I also believe that providing financial resources to Ukraine is a step towards making sure that Russia doesn't make any further advances. And I also believe that it is an investment to deter us from having to send more American men and women over to Ukraine to fight.
When it comes to the investigation going forward, these arrests of the 8 suspected terrorists, do you think that we're going to find more as the Joint Terrorism Task Force from the FBI and ICE work together?
Absolutely. Listen, the Joint Terrorist Task Force, made up of not only local law enforcement agencies but our federal partners, are some of the best and brightest investigators in the world. I've had the opportunity over my career in law enforcement to work with them, and I know that this is the beginning, that they are going to utilize the leverage that they have in investigating these 8 and make sure that we continue to not only speak to them and get information, crucial information as to where other pockets of terror may be and where it may be expanding in the United States of America, but I think that the way that they are using the southern border to infiltrate our country, that information is going to be important so that we can make changes in order to keep us all safe.
The average American, do you think we're vigilant enough? I mean, see something, say something was a big thing after 9/11, but, that is 23 years ago now.
Yeah, listen, I think that we have been vigilant in that our law enforcement agencies throughout the country, and then obviously specifically here in the tri-state area, because, we are a target and we were the site of the September 11th attacks. But I do think law enforcement are doing their best working with federal partners. I think that Congress is doing what they can to provide the necessary resources and training that law enforcement agencies need. But I think it's like anything else. I mean, people do forget. People tend to get complacent. And I think that at a time where, unfortunately, our commander-in-chief, our president of the United States and his administration, as well as the Secretary of Homeland Security, are clearly not living up to their oath to protect our homeland, we need to make sure that the American people are even more vigilant and keeping an eye out and living out that if you see something, say something.
Congressman Anthony D'Esposito, a Republican from New York, former NYPD detective and fire chief, now on the House Homeland Security Committee. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks. Be well.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Don't walk around with T-shirts and cover-ups at the pool or the beach this summer. Lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40-plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. Lose weight the natural way, quickly and safely. Locations close by or available worldwide with live online video consultations. Get slimmer before the summer and without any shots. Call 855-5NJ-DIET to lose 20 to 40-plus pounds in only 40 days. Guaranteed. NJDiet.com. Lose the weight for good.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Donald Trump will return to Capitol Hill to meet with Republican lawmakers, a first since the January 6th insurrection. Fired SpaceX employees sued the company for wrongfully terminating critics of CEO Elon Musk, and Boston takes a 3-0 lead over Dallas in the NBA Finals, a deficit no team in league history has overcome.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio, now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Fox News, I'm Ted Lindner. President Biden and Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky set to meet today at the G7 summit in Italy, as the U.S. is expected to announce a long-term agreement with Ukraine. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin in Brussels, meantime, to host the 23rd meeting of the Ukraine Defense Contract Group. Pentagon Press Secretary Sabrina Singh.
We know air defenses are a priority for Ukraine. It's something that they need, whether it be in the Patriot or other forms.
And G7 leaders are also agreeing to a $50 billion aid package for Ukraine paid for by frozen Russian assets. House lawmakers voting to withhold Attorney General Merrick Garland in contempt for refusing to provide subpoenaed audio tapes of President Biden's classified documents interview.
These tapes should be made public. I mean, that says it all.
And that is Republican Congressman James Comer. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Boston Celtics can taste an 18th NBA title. The Celtics defeated the Mavericks 106-99 in Game 3 of the NBA Finals to take a commanding 3-0 lead in the series. Boston was in control early in the fourth quarter as they held a 21-point lead, but they allowed the Mavericks to get within 3 before Luka Doncic fouled out with 4:12 remaining in the game, and Dallas was unable to complete the comeback. Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown combined for 61 points on the night, while Kyrie Irving had his best game of the series for Dallas, scoring 35 points on 13 of 28 shooting from the floor. Game 4 is Friday night at 8:30 Eastern. That's sports. On the Fox News Rundown, I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
So here's what I'll say about Monica McNutt. You can't just want exposure and attention from one group of people. If you're getting exposure and attention, you can't then say, well, I don't like what we're talking about now. I don't like the people that like Caitlin Clark. I don't agree with their values. My value system is different. So I'd rather they just go away. I'd rather us talk about the sport. And whether you like the issue or not, it's an issue that's getting a discussion that's going to help the WNBA. So I don't hunt and abide by this. I want exposure. I want you to talk about it. I want you to care. But I want the right people to talk about it, the people that I agree with, and I want you to talk about the things I want to talk about in the league. And if you're not prepared to do that, I don't want your eyeballs on the league. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
There's nothing quite like local. Local is your weekly farmer's market or homemade strawberry ice cream. It's live music on the corner, yoga in the park, and a chance to try something new. That's why AARP is local, right here in our community, offering free events and enriching experiences that can help with finances, family, and fun. Join AARP Philadelphia on June 25th for a free virtual floral arrangement session with Longwood Gardens. Learn more at aarp.org/local.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Let me tell you about my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria, the dental implant master. Implant dentistry is an art form, and as one of South Jersey's top implant dentists, Dr. Mike gives you the self-confidence boost you deserve. Schedule your free implant consultation today. Dr. Veneria's office exceeds CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control with centralized UV sterilization of airflow to ensure your safety. Locations right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
The doctor's office that mixed up your files has your Social Security number. The power company that mistakenly cut your service has your payment info and last 3 addresses. Your info is in endless places that could accidentally expose your info to identity theft. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points every second. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code CLAY at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Send the Philly Stars to the Lone Star State for the 2024 All-Star Game.
Electric here at Citizens Bank Park.
Vote for your Phils 5 times daily at Phillies.com/vote. 2 of the NL's best will battle it out when the Dodgers visit CBP on Tuesday, July 9th at 6:40, Wednesday, July 10th at 7:05, and Thursday, July 11th at 6:05. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
Recently, a new client called me and started by saying, "Mr. Morgan, I really need your help, but I'm just a nobody." Those words stunned me, and I immediately called him back, and we're now helping him and his family after a terrible accident. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Everybody who comes to our firm at their time of need is a somebody. I grew up poor, but my grandmother was like a queen to us. At Morgan & Morgan, our goal is to level the playing field for you and your family at your time of need. The insurance company has unlimited money and resources. You need a firm who can fight them toe-to-toe. For right at 30 years, we have fought them in courtrooms throughout America. Our results speak for themselves. And always remember this: everybody is a somebody, and nobody is a nobody. Visit forthepeople.com to learn about our firm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
For the ones who know safety isn't a catchphrase, it's a culture. And the ones who help make sure everyone makes it home safe. For the safety-minded who watch everyone's backs, Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as safety assessments and training to keep your facilities safe and your people safer. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. RAMP.com/250.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Neil Armstrong waited 6 hours and 39 minutes to step onto the surface of the moon. Jackie Robinson waited 20 months to play his first game with the Brooklyn Dodgers. And even DiCaprio had to wait 22 years to win an Oscar. You can wait until your destination. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Imagine a world where animals and humans coexist in harmony, where wild animals thrive, habitats are protected, and marginalized communities are empowered. At International Animal Rescue, this is our vision. Our holistic, community-led projects not only rescue animals, but also protect and replenish precious habitats, creating a better future for us all. But we can't do this without you. Show your support now and help keep the wild, wild. Visit internationalanimalrescue.org.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Sherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go. Live on this Thursday, June 13th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, K-A-Y-A-L. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Henry Mashett, our associate producers. What a Thursday we have for you. And coming up this morning, right after the cut sheet, right around 8:30, a day earlier and a half hour earlier than normal, our buddy, our pal, Sean Farish, is going to join us for about 40-45 minutes. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Ready for the heat.
The heat is on. Another beautiful day yesterday as well. My God. Gregory.
There is no rain in the forecast. I'm not complaining. There's no rain in the forecast for the next 10 days. It's crazy.
Will your lawn survive?
Have to bring out the sprinklers. By the way, Nick Kayal, we discussed it yesterday, did you bet the savings on the Celtics plus 2.5?
I did not, sir.
Yeah, you should have.
I was on the wrong side.
You should have.
Bad things happen.
Sometimes you have to listen to my FanDuel reads, buddy. Sometimes you have to listen to my FanDuel picks.
When's the last pick or prediction you've gotten wrong in any aspect of life?
I'm very rarely wrong. Very rarely wrong. Others claim that they're always right when they're actually never right. I am actually always right.
Wow. Stalker, feeling good on a Thursday.
I am, buddy. I am.
All right. We got a good big take this morning locally here in Pennsylvania when it comes to education. Also, Tim Scott's VP stock is slipping. Say that 10 times fast, according to reports. We'll get to that coming up. Also, very interesting polling results and the strengths and weaknesses when people have been asked, what about Kamala Harris as President of the United States? Politico with a very interesting story on that. We'll get to that when we move forward. Also, Pennsylvania voters, a lot of local stuff today, as 49% say Trump's conviction justified, but we're still going to vote for him. We'll get to that as we move along. Leah Thomas, she, him, I don't know. But Leah Thomas takes a loss. When it comes to the Olympics. That's coming up. And the Jersey Shore and parental liability for this summer. Very good stories today, including the cut sheet at 7:45 and, of course, Sean Farish at 8:30. But before we get to all of that, let's get to the news right off the top here at 6:03, round number one. The great Dawn Stensland.
And we are sponsored this morning by Piazza Auto Group in Kayal & Company News Live. 65 degrees. Get ready for the heat to Well, to accelerate today, we could see mid-90s by next week. So we'll talk about the forecast. This June the 13th, 48 people arrested during that large protest outside Aramark's headquarters in Philadelphia. Workers say they're fighting for a new contract and wage hikes and forced the closure of the Market Street Bridge between Center City and University City right near Aramark's headquarters. And so they've said that they're just surviving. They're trying to live. This is Local 274. Aramark employees from the Wells Fargo Center, Citizens Bank Park, Lincoln Financial Field. They're all demanding family-sustaining wage increases, they say, as well as year-round health care benefits from company leaders. So they've been striking for some time now. Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman reportedly speeding and at fault. This is in connection with that car crash over the weekend that we talked about in Western Maryland. Crash happened shortly before 8 a.m. Sunday morning in the westbound lanes of I-70 at I-68 in Hancock. So the report is back from Maryland State Police saying that Senator Fetterman was driving a Chevy Traverse when, for an unknown reason, he struck the back of a Chevy Impala.
Good night, everybody.
So Fetterman's got a lead foot, huh?
Interesting.
All right.
Yes.
Well, I mean, every time when I heard the report that he hit somebody from behind, I mean, anytime you hit somebody from behind, it's automatically your fault, isn't it?
I always thought so.
Yeah.
If you're T-boned by somebody.
Yeah.
Although remember when I was T-boned by that lady, was that a couple summers ago?
No, sorry.
Philadelphia cop came and said, we don't decide. We don't decide in Philadelphia.
Interesting.
Wow. All right.
Because I just, truthfully, I just think in Philadelphia that we have too much other crime.
I'm not accusing anybody of anything, so don't take it this way. But let me ask you a question. John Fetterman, I know he's a big weed proponent and legalizing it and everything like that. Does he imbibe himself? Do we know?
It's interesting. I could see it.
Yeah.
I could totally see it.
Yeah, I'm just curious.
Yeah.
You know.
Especially after dealing with what he's had to deal with in the last 2 years.
I wouldn't blame him. Yeah. I wouldn't blame him. I would blame him if he got behind the wheel.
If he was under the influence, for sure.
But obviously, I'm not accusing him of that, and I don't know. But
yeah, my question would be, who would win in a race, Fetterman in the Traverse or Dawn in the minivan?
Totally me, 100%.
Floor it,
baby. Even in the minivan.
How long does it take you to get here in the morning? Well,
I'm coming from Chestnut Hill, so it takes me a long time.
Okay.
I drive 25 the whole way.
Yes.
How quickly does that minivan go 0 to 60?
Do you take Kelly Drive? With all the turns and everything.
Lincoln Drive. I don't take Kelly.
No, okay.
Lincoln.
Dawn, why don't you give out your
no comment?
How about we give out your license plate while we're
at it? It doesn't matter.
I drive slowly.
I'm curious if she, treats Lincoln Drive like a speedway.
Nah, Yageroff
or a lover.
Yageroff sends the Odyssey chopper. She gets the private flight. She's like Dr. Jill.
Yeah, that'll be the day. Well, in this report, Maryland State Police, because I think state police do apply fault, they say, in the Maryland State Police, they're saying Fetterman was at fault after he rear-ended that second driver, who was a 62-year-old woman just before exit 1, I-68. So he and his wife, Giselle, who was also in the car, don't know why. Giselle was not driving, which I'm kind of surprised.
Possible that Giselle was yapping a little too much, and she just... I mean...
Yeah. Always blaming the woman, huh? Man.
Are we almost there yet? No, we're not there yet.
How far back do you think he has to sit?
Oh.
Wow.
He's almost in the back seat, probably.
I mean, I'm 6'2", and I sit very far back.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not driving a massive vehicle either.
No.
Yeah.
Fetterman released a statement. This was an unfortunate accident. I'm relieved and grateful there were no serious injuries. I need to do better and do it slower, and I will.
Interesting.
You could apply that statement to many aspects of life.
I mean, look, I have a lead foot sometimes too. Nick Kayal, I'm sure you do as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm sure 99% of the audience does.
Does anybody actually not speed at some sort of consistent frequency? right? Like, it's almost hard, like, especially in some of these not neighborhoods, but like just routine roads where it's 35 miles an hour, assuming it's not rush hour. It's kind of hard to do 35 miles an hour.
Yeah, I don't know. This morning on Woodhaven Road, there was two like construction vehicles like driving back to back in both lanes. I was like, all right, come on.
Yeah,
and
somebody's got to go.
And as soon as one got over, like I treated it like it was the Daytona Speedway. I'm like, let's go. Let's make up some time here, folks.
Well, we do have some new images of suspects wanted in that New Jersey, in the one of the boardwalk assaults. So they keep releasing, this is North Wildwood, police releasing more images of those suspects wanted in connection with that aggravated assault we've talked about last weekend. That happened at 26th Avenue on the boardwalk June 8th. They haven't released other details about the incident, but they are releasing pictures of these kids in their T-shirts and swimsuits and whatever. So they're tracking them and clearly pressuring the students or their parents, whatever you want to say, through social media, pumping these new images now that they have of these two suspects. They are accused, by the way, of just randomly attacking people. And in one case, a 22-year-old guy with his girlfriend. In that one, the 22-year-old's parents weren't too far away, and the dad intervened. But they just randomly were punching this 22-year-old, knocked him down, were even kicking him in his face. So that was just one of the incidents that happened last weekend. But due to everything that's been going on, and that's since Memorial Day weekend, we have in Wildwood a new no backpack rule, much like we have in Ocean City. And all of these different commissioners down the shore are beginning to say something that I think we've been saying for a while, that unfortunately some of this has to end with the term "the lawyers always win," because if now they can show all your pictures and the video of what you do, and you're held not only criminally liable but civilly liable, and then if you're underage, your parents could have to pay. So they're going in that direction just to try to shut this down.
Yeah, you could see it coming a mile away.
Yes, sir. So we also have, we'll talk about the Leah Thomas ruling, but in that ruling, formerly Will Thomas, obviously local story, UPenn, Thomas swam as a male, then as a female, and now the ruling prevents Thomas from competing in women's races at the Summer Olympics this August.
Yeah. I'd like to get Riley Gaines on the show to get her reaction to that.
Yeah, she was tweeting out about it and felt it was, a real victory. So the only thing I'm going to say is all the headlines say Leah Thomas loses. I would change that. I would change that headline to say a victory for the protection of a victory for women and girls in sports.
Yeah.
And just call out the headlines that say, oh, they're banning Leah Thomas, or Leah loses. No. This is a victory for females and women.
I would change.
Right?
I would change it to Will doesn't win. But, By the way, I reached out to Riley Gaines the last couple of times trying to get her on. Ghosts me.
Yeah,
she's too big for us now, Dawn.
Yeah. And she's busy. When will she run for Congress or Senate?
That's a good question. Possible future for sure, if she wants to go down that road.
Well, what did she go to school for? Dental school?
Yeah, she wanted to be a dentist. She never envisioned going into media or being an advocate for, female rights and things like that.
God bless.
Yeah.
The story that broke, it actually broke mid-morning, and I was happy to see this yesterday. Meek Mill, locally, Jay-Z's Rock Nation, they are now drumming up support, raising funds for private school vouchers in Philadelphia. This is a huge game changer that we'll talk a lot about, so I'll just headline that one.
Yep.
But finally, Eagles legend Jason Kelce has another new gig in his retirement.
Oh, God, now what?
Well, you're going to like this one. He's teaming up with his younger brother, Travis.
They're getting it.
Huh?
I already hate it now.
They're getting into the beer business.
Of course.
All right, I like it. Wait, what's the beer?
They're going to be part owners of Garage Beer.
All right.
And it's based in Ohio, where obviously the brothers played college football for the Cincinnati Bearcats.
Okay. So the
cool.
Kelce's are in the beer business. Hulk Hogan's now in the beer business. Anybody else want to go into the beer business? How about a Kayal and Company beer? I think we can market. Look at all these little breweries around town, all these little distilleries and stuff like that. We need to have a Kayal and Company beer or an official cocktail.
Nice.
It'd be printing cash for this company if we did that.
This is a great idea.
I know for a fact that the owner, one of the owners of Artifact Brewing in Hatboro, is a huge listener to this radio station.
So Kayal and Company beer.
If he's listening right now, I would love for that to take place.
Yeah.
Very cool.
If he's in the beer business, I'm sure he's not listening at 6:13 in the morning.
No,
unless he's still up.
No, I would be asleep. Catch the show on demand.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
And I'll headline another one. I know we want to talk about this one since we talked about beer. So for losing weight, the popular Ozempic and Wegovy weight loss drugs that everybody's just slimming down so quickly. Well, there's another advantage according to new research that taking the drugs Ozempic and Wegovy not only help you lose weight, but reduce the odds of relapsing or becoming an alcoholic, or if you are an alcoholic, get you off alcohol or some other drugs by a huge margin, 50 to 56%. Researchers say they tracked how many patients were diagnosed with, alcohol abuse disorder over a year-long period, finding that semaglutide, that's the actual drug, cuts the risk with these addictions 50 to 56%.
I could see a Hunter Biden Ozempic ad in a matter of days.
Hunter Biden for Ozempic.
Have you lost your laptop? Try Ozempic.
Have you lost your laptop?
God.
This is a good one. We are at 65 degrees. We got to talk about I have to talk about the Phils contractually.
Contractually?
Is that in the fine print?
It was in Greg's memo at some point. You must talk about the Phils at 6 a.m. We not only start at 6 a.m., talk about the Phils at 6 a.m.
I just had a sports update. That's all
I know. 8-6. It was just bad. It was just bad. We need a mulligan, and we'll get it tonight in Boston.
Okay.
7 o'clock tonight.
All right.
Ouch.
I mean, it's baseball.
Bad.
They're going to lose games. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Even the greatest team loses about 60 to 65 a year.
Yeah.
Well.
So we are heating up. We talked about the heat is on real quick here. 88 degrees today, 92 degrees for your Friday tomorrow. Now, this is an important forecast for all of you as a Friday, but also Nick Kayal on a Trump golf course tomorrow afternoon. There is a chance for some afternoon T storms with lightning. Late afternoon, though. Yeah. They're saying late afternoon.
Great. Stalker said there's no rain in the forecast. Now I'm going to go golf, and here come the storms.
Just one storm, right when you're on about hopefully the 19th hole.
By the way, this is the second attempt for me to get out on this course.
Oh, no.
So I think the gods are telling me something.
Saturday and Sunday, mid-80s, but next week heating up again in the 90s and even 95 by next Wednesday. Piazza Auto Group sponsoring us this morning. Explore the most desirable luxury SUVs with the Defender, Discovery, Range Rover models. Schedule that test drive at Land Rover, Willow Grove, Westchester, Harrisburg, or Wilmington. Find yours today. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group, for sponsoring Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:16 on this Thursday morning. Let's get to another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
It's brought to you by Wawa. The Big Take this morning, education in Pennsylvania. If you are a parent short of having healthy and happy children, I'm not sure there's anything more important than their education. Not only do you want your kids to get the best education possible, you hope they end up being the next generation that takes America to a whole different level. When kids were sent home from school in the spring of 2020 as the COVID-19 pandemic turned the world upside down, many parents started to realize what is going on with their kids' education, what teachers were actually teaching, what sort of indoctrination might be occurring, and just where our education system really is in today's America. And as students went virtual, many children fell behind. As the pandemic calmed down, we saw just how powerful and at times corrupt the teachers' union really is. Union leaders like Randy Weingarten publicly saying one thing while private emails painting an entirely different picture. And over time, school choice has grown in prevalence and popularity. You heard Dawn mention Jay-Z coming to Philadelphia for school choice vouchers. We'll hit on that story coming up at the bottom of the hour. But I do think that most teachers do a great job. But there are certainly political agendas at play in many of these school districts. And there are also many districts that are underperforming at embarrassing levels. All things being equal, I believe parents would love to choose where their child goes to school, what level of education they receive, and without any political slants, social or cultural biases, and the preparation they need to be the best students they possibly can be. And I want to focus on Pennsylvania education for a majority of this big take, and then a little bit on what's occurring down south. But let's begin with Pennsylvania. According to the 2024 Kids Count data profile from the Annie E. Casey Foundation, Pennsylvania students are struggling in many areas. And I want to give you the three that stand out the most. First, young children not in school has increased from 43% to 56% over the last decade. Now, from 2013 to 2017, 43% of kids aged 3 to 4 were not in some sort of school, pre-K. But that number jumped to 56% from 2018 to 2022. That, of course, the pandemic years of 2020 through 2022, which I believe was a major factor. Secondly, with fourth graders, presumably around 9 years of age, which my twin daughters are, 66% of PA kids are not proficient in reading. That is up from 60% in 2019, a 6% increase over a 3-year stretch. And third and finally, with eighth graders, as of 2022 in Pennsylvania, 73% are not proficient in math. That is up 12 points from 61% in 2019, which is the last academic year before the onset of the pandemic. You can read all of the data at assets.aecf.org. And those three specific categories, courtesy of our buddy Athan Koutsarumbis of Real Clear Politics, PA. Maybe we should ditch the gender identity pronoun stuff and focus on what really matters. But staying in Pennsylvania, I want to bring your attention to a story from the New York Post. The headline reads, Pennsylvania school program teaches students to win at capitalism. How about that? And that's what I'm talking about. Here's an excerpt. An unorthodox learning program percolating across Pennsylvania schools infuses business innovation into traditional curriculum, leaving lawmakers split on its effectiveness. Dr. Adele Shade, founder of the Total Learning Experience, told a joint Senate committee on Tuesday about how she reimagined school curriculum to help students win at capitalism. Shade developed her learning framework, she says, while studying business as a public science school teacher. She said she realized that teachers are really project managers who are never taught the skills of project management. Shade says that applying the skills she learned from business allowed her to make drastic improvements in her own classroom at Conrad Weiser High School in Berks County. And the gains that she saw with her students and her own increased engagement as a teacher were significant, so she began to formalize and expand the program into what is now called the Total Experience Learning. The program today is actually offered among 4-credit courses at Albright College, allowing teachers to fulfill continuing education requirements and even move towards a master's degree through its completion. And there to share their experiences with the program were students and faculty from Governor Mifflin School District, where the Total Experience Learning strategies have been implemented in many of the classrooms. Speakers this past week included student Adi Alexander, teacher Abby McKay, and Superintendent Lisa Hess. Their testimony bubbled over with praise for the program. And Dr. Adele Shade is the founder of the program, and a student by the name of Nikita Patel is one of the leaders of the program. And they joined Fox and Friends First yesterday from Reading, Pennsylvania. And in this clip, you're going to hear Dr. Shade talking about the vision of the program, and Nikita Patel, who started in the program in 7th grade, and she is now a college junior. Listen and watch this montage.
Well, good morning from Reading, Pennsylvania. Thank you for having us on the show this morning. Capitalism means private industry and entrepreneurism, and what we really need to do is find the talent that sits in our students across the United States and actually support and engage them in inventing, innovating, and changing our school system's way of thought into that entrepreneurial mindset. And that's what Total Experience Learning supports in our school systems.
So it really just nurtured my entrepreneurial spirit and allowed me to explore freely. So really in this program, I was able to discover bioactive glass particles, and I developed my passion for needleless drug delivery, and I was able to merge these concepts to invent transdermal drug delivery system. And specifically, it's a new type of transdermal patch that uses nanotechnology to provide an extended release of medications. So it provides a more comfortable form of chemotherapy, an alternative form of levodopa therapy for Parkinson's disease patients, and can deliver a wide range of personalized medications. I patented the device and I founded a company for my product called Patch Life. And this program as a whole just taught me how to think and taught me how to find a problem and figure out how to create a solution. This program, anyone can do research in a lab, but this program teaches you the entrepreneurial skills that you need to get yourself outside of the lab. Learn how to pitch, how to present, because how you present yourself in front of others is what's going to ultimately make you successful. So this has helped me in a variety of pitch competitions, and it just helps you present to your peers.
And that young lady right there is going to be a success in life. So join this program in 7th grade or go home from school at 3:30, sit on your bed, post videos on TikTok, and ponder your identity. Seems like an easy call for me. And speaking of easy calls, just yesterday I received an email from the Commonwealth Foundation with this headline: Pennsylvania Senate's passage of GROW PA, a huge victory for higher education reform. The Pennsylvania Senate on Tuesday passed the landmark Higher Education Reform Plan, GROW PA, demonstrating their steadfast commitment to support post-secondary opportunities and career pathways for Pennsylvanian students. The proposal, consisting of Senate Bill SB 1150 and 1151, basically was unanimous with bipartisan support, passing 49-0 and 48-1, respectively. Introduced just 2 months ago, GROW PA has made remarkably swift progress through the legislature, and the plan contrasts sharply with Governor Josh Shapiro's higher education blueprint. The Commonwealth Foundation Director of Policy Analysis, Elizabeth Stell, issued the following statement in response, saying the Commonwealth Foundation applauds Pennsylvania Senate Republicans and State Senator Scott Martin in particular for its leadership in advancing much-needed higher education reform in the Commonwealth. And I mentioned earlier about the South. Let me go to Florida for a moment as we wrap here. Politico with the headline that reads, school choice programs have been wildly successful under Ron DeSantis. Now public schools might close. The Republican governor's school choice programs may serve as a model for other GOP-leaning states across the country. I would encourage all states, Pennsylvania included, to take the Florida blueprint. And I get it, Pennsylvania, not red as Florida, but I would encourage all of these schools and all of these states and all of these parents to pursue school choice, vouchers, and prioritizing education over the other nonsense that is going on nationwide. It's pretty simple. Do we want our kids to be educated and excel in life, or are we trying to politicize our youth? Parents, hopefully, will continue to invest in their kids' schooling, and that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Big Take this morning brought to you by Wawa. Wawa has the pizza. It's made fresh and it tastes great, and now the price is great too. Get the price you crave and the pizza that you love for $7.99 after 4 p.m. because you got to have a Wawa. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, fire away in the Kayal and Company comment community on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/@1210. WPHT. And while you're there, hit the subscribe and like buttons. We'll continue with more of this on the other side, and then we'll get to Tim Scott, Kamala Harris in the news. But first, a word from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Just about 2.5 months ago, stopped on out and sampled a variety of vehicles with Piazza, from Acura to Mercedes-Benz, but specifically the Piazza Mazda location in Westchester. Right now, the 2024 Mazda CX-30. I've been saying it for over 2 months. It's the best bang for your buck. The dynamic CX-30 offers 8 different levels of trim, creating a perfect fit for every lifestyle. And when it comes to performance, iActive all-wheel drive is standard, and the available turbocharged engine packs a surprising punch. Safety features such as blind spot monitoring have made it a 5-star overall safety rating. You can check it out today. Piazza Mazda in Westchester, Reading, or online at piazzamazda.com.
Nick, stick with me for a second here because I'm going to talk to you about golf and what's happening this week at Pinehurst. So who do you like for the, well, I can't say the name of the tournament, but who do you like for the tournament this week? We have Scotty Scheffler, plus 280. Xander Schauffele at plus 1,000. Rory McIlroy for plus 1,100. Nick Kayal, who's on your list for this FanDuel?
Bryson DeChambeau, I believe 16-1 or 20-1, somewhere in that range.
Plus 2,000 it looks like right now.
20-1.
So that's who you got?
Yes, sir.
You can take Nick Kayal, or you can take Nick Kayal's pick, or you can pick your own. All right there on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, because they want you to get in on all the action and the crazy shots and all the major action this week at Pinehurst. Right now, all customers get a profit boost every round of the U.S. majors. That means you can boost your outright winners, your longest drive bets, and so much more. Plus, bet on finishing positions and get paid in full for ties. You won't see any other sports book doing that. So don't wait. Go to FanDuel.com/Greg to get started. FanDuel.com/Greg to get started and take advantage of your profit boost every round at Pinehurst. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of Total 10 WPHT. 21 and over, President PA. Opt-in required. A bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Right now might be the best time ever to upgrade your old, inefficient water heater to a state-of-the-art Bradford White Aerotherm heat pump water heater. It's eco-friendly, Energy Star certified for high efficiency, and will help lower your energy bills. Rebates and tax credits are now available that could save you thousands of dollars. How you heat your water matters. So ask your plumbing professional about the Bradford White Aerotherm heat pump water heater, or visit bradfordwhite.com to learn more.
Here at Total Wine & More, our amazing selection means you'll always
love what you find.
Dad, what are you doing here?
Just getting a sneak peek at my Father's Day gifts.
Well, I was thinking of getting you this Barrel Select bourbon.
That's a really nice bottle.
And Total Wine has it at the totally lowest price.
Wow, you always were my favorite.
Thanks, Dad.
Talking to the bourbon, sweetie.
Find what you love what you find. Like the perfect gift for Dad at the perfect price. Only at Total Wine & More.
And drink responsibly. B21.
It's one thing falling in love with a house, picturing yourself moving in and calling it home, and quite another navigating the world of price negotiating, mortgage lenders, and finding the budget that works best for you. An agent who's a Realtor can make understanding that world easier. Realtors have the expertise, access to proprietary data, and tools to help you get from imagining living somewhere to actually doing it. That's the kind of help we can provide. Because that's who we are. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors.
Your small business deserves a strong financial leader. More than an accounting firm, you need a professional who will focus on growth and profitability. With Styles CFO Services, now you can afford an experienced CFO at the fraction of the cost of a full-time CFO. Styles CFO Services offers surprisingly affordable hourly rates, no retainers, contracts or minimums, and a complimentary 21-point financial assessment. Visit stylescfo.com. That's STILESCFO.com. Accelerate the growth of your bottom line today with Styles CFO Services.
Get slimmer for the summer by losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to NJDiet.com. Get ready for spring with NJDiet.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I've told you over the years about Dr. Bentz and all the infrastructure he has there, but one thing that he does that you don't see in too many dental offices, with Dr. Bentz, my dentist, whether it's a routine visit or a comprehensive, multifaceted process, he and his team sit down with you, they create a clear plan, explain it step by step. You will see the Bentz difference with that. Contact BentzDentalGroup.com or call 610-272-6949.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kin Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper?
And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Pennsylvania deer hunters, resident antlerless licenses go on sale June 24th for wildlife management units 1B, 2G, and 3A on a first-come, first-served basis until sold out. Then beginning June 27th, resident antlerless licenses for all remaining WMUs go on sale and are guaranteed for 11 days through July 7th. Purchase your license at huntfish.pa.gov or any in-store issuing agent. Visit pgc.pa.gov to learn more. And thank you for being a Pennsylvania hunter.
Paid for by the Pennsylvania Game Commission.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
You can shake an apple off an apple tree. Shake a sugar, but you'll never shake me. No sirree.
6:35 Thursday morning. Kayal and Company. Elvis week has turned the corner as we're.
I've never heard Dawn sing along with the music.
There we go.
I like it.
Yes.
Usually I have my mic on.
Thank you, Linda Kearns, attorney at law. Law offices of Linda Kearns, LLC. $1,000 donation. Families behind the badge. You can take control of the music if you've got the cash.
Well, she sent me a really nice note yesterday because she donated another $500, $574 to take control of the music next week. And she basically said, look, I just want to do what's right for the station in the show, so you can pick the music. I'm like, no, this is you. Like, you pick whatever you want to. I don't mind.
Yep.
I just play it here. I'm like I'm like the DJs down the hall. I have no control. I have no say. I just play whatever's in front of me.
Just spinning the ones and twos. 855-839-1210, the number. So I thought that was fascinating. It's sad on many fronts with the big take to hear that, our children in Pennsylvania here are not proficient where they need to be, 4th grade reading-wise, 8th grade math-wise, falling behind at even a bigger rate over the last 5 years, we'll call it. Those statistics ranging from 2019 to 2022. And I think it's fascinating because school choice has been labeled this controversial concept, and it's really not. And, parents have a variety of motives for wanting to be on board and have school choice as an option for them. It might just be you think the education is terrible. It might be you're conservative and you don't want some of this, left-wing stuff jammed down your kids' throats, things like that. So everybody's got a different reason for it. And I do find it interesting and fascinating that Jay-Z is going to be in Philadelphia. This story, courtesy of the Associated Press. And I just want to read you this, and then, Dawn, I want to get your thoughts on all of this. Jay-Z is putting his weight behind an effort to fund private school vouchers in Philadelphia. The entertainment mogul Rock Nation announced it's funding a campaign this month to drum up support for the Pennsylvania Award for Student Success, a statewide legislative proposal to spend taxpayer money on private school scholarships for low-income families in neighborhoods with low-achieving schools. Here's a quote from one of the Rock Nation managing directors. We have enjoyed such a special connection with Philadelphia, and so we've made it our mission to invest in the long-term success of the city's change makers. That, according to managing director of philanthropy for Rock Nation, Dania Diaz. As the AP says here, vouchers are controversial in a lot of states, including Pennsylvania, where Republicans promote them as a way to help students escape underperforming schools and teacher unions. School boards and many Democrats oppose sending taxpayer money to private and religious schools. And apparently Jay-Z triggered a lot of people because, according to this AP story, Jay-Z's support of the voucher bill drew pushback online as AFT Pennsylvania Teachers Union said on their social platform X, quote, "This ain't it." And it's in regards to a photo of Jay-Z and Jeffrey Yass, a billionaire who is the biggest donor to the Republican campaigns in Pennsylvania. And Yass's top issue in the state is school choice. Dawn Stensland, you talk a lot about school choice and parental rights. Your thoughts on everything that we've covered so far?
Well, the fact that Jay-Z is getting into what can only be called quite a messy political fight. Why? So when I look at this, I say, first of all, fantastic. Remember Meek Mill? That was last year. Meek Mill joined Betsy DeVos. What an eclectic group of people. I think 50 to 60 different people who were pushing for school choice, and especially the Lifeline. The Lifeline scholarships, the reason that it's a no-brainer, and even Shapiro, we've talked a bunch about it. Governor Josh Shapiro campaigned on it. And he was on Fox News because of it. He was praised in a bipartisan way. Then the budget comes to him. He has cut the deal because of Matt Bradford and Democrats like that, who were funded with hundreds of thousands of dollars from the teachers union leadership, right? And so the Democrats, this is their funding. And so because of that, Josh Shapiro line item vetoed it, as we know, in the budget. And ever since then, my sources say Shapiro behind the scenes has done everything to try to get this done because he did promise it, and it's a no-brainer. The problem is, I think they're saying on the teachers union side, they're saying it's a slippery slope.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
It also makes me wonder, does Jay-Z, so why is he stepping into this? Does he have political ambitions?
It's a good question. Very good question. To my knowledge, I have no idea who he's ever endorsed politically. I would guess he's not a Republican. He's very big on criminal justice reform.
You would guess. You would be correct.
Yeah,
in saying he's not a
you
Republican.
just can't judge a book by its cover these days. You never know.
You never know, and all the conversations are about, hey, we need new blood, especially in the Republican. He's probably more likely to become a Republican or redefine the Democrat Party as not so progressive. So but I think a lot did the Trump era allow people who are in business or who you may think are unlikely? I mean, Jay-Z's an incredible businessman.
Yeah, and
he's
also,
not just a singer or a rapper,
he's
right?
also uncancelable. So, he's got the clout and the cachet to, go down a direction that some people may be, afraid to voice publicly on social media. That's.
And I'm tongue in cheek because obviously, I mean, Beyonce, they hang with the Obamas.
Yeah.
But that also makes me wonder if he thinks I could do this.
Yeah, you never know. 855-839-1210. I was blown away by how impressive that girl was from Reading, Pennsylvania. She joined that program in the 7th grade, and now she's a junior in college, and it's a kind of a fascinating program, How to Win at Capitalism. Like, that's an interesting thing that I mean, you should be teaching kids that once they start to get to, 7th, 8th, 9th grade, as opposed to stuff that's being taught to pre-K and kindergartners and confusing them about their gender. So it's interesting the motives and the programs that are out there. And obviously school choice vouchers are a big part of that. Let's get to some of the national political landscape chatter. I got to tell you, I'm always fascinated. Every time a story comes out about a potential Trump vice president, I want to talk about it on the show. And I actually kind of agree with this report because we haven't seen much from him. We haven't heard much from him. In the last 10 days to 2 weeks, I've heard a ton. And I'm not complaining about it, but we've heard a ton and seen a lot of Byron Donalds. But Tim Scott has kind of gone, I don't want to say he's gone rogue, But he's gone into the shadows. There hasn't been much about him. And according to the New York Post, with the headline reading, Inside Trump's VP Sweepstakes, top contender falls down the short list, quote, not a standout and not a game changer. The New York Post says the following. South Carolina Senator Tim Scott, long seen as the odds-on favorite to be Donald Trump's running mate this year, is slipping in the VP race and now is widely seen by people close to Trump as, quote, extremely unlikely to be chosen, the Post has learned. Scott, 58, was considered the leading choice for much of the past year due to his passionate support for Trump and the possibility that he could help draw black voters into the Republican fold. But a trend with a poll indicating that is already underway, and we all know that Trump has gained support in the black community. What the real percentage is, we don't truly know. Maybe we find out after the election. But now, according to a source that spoke to the Post, quote, his star has become less bright for sure, said a second well-connected source. Still a top 5 pick, but not the strongest. So we've been talking about this the last couple of days. You know, Trump and Doug Burgum were in disagreement over an endorsement in the Dakota primary, which was on Tuesday. By the way, Nancy Mace in her South Carolina primary rolled to victory, if you were paying attention to some of those races on Tuesday night into yesterday. So if Trump and Burgum are at odds, and I don't know how big of a deal that is, you know, you can have disagreements on who's going to endorse who, and Scott is sliding down. Right, and Vivek Ramaswamy is out of the picture, apparently, as far as a VP. Doesn't mean he wouldn't have a spot in the cabinet. I think it would be a major miscalculation not to have him involved in some way. Boy, if Tim Scott really is on the outside looking in now, this just screams Marco Rubio, does it not? I mean, Elise Stefanik doesn't seem likely. Doug Burgum, we just mentioned. Tim Scott, we just mentioned. I mean, Byron Donalds, I think Byron Donalds should have a spot in the cabinet. But it seems to me that Marco Rubio, I would put all my eggs in the basket right now. I'd bet everything I have on Rubio.
So I mentioned this yesterday. Axios, I think, had a story about Donald Trump Jr. and about how he's the new kingmaker for the Republican Party. And he believes he's really pushing J.D. Vance. So I'm wondering how much his father is listening to him as far as that goes.
Right.
I don't know what J.D. Vance gets you.
Well, that's my thought too. Like I like him, but
I still think it's going to be Tim Scott.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll ask Sean Farish. Sean Farish is a big
he liked
J.D.
him.
Vance guy.
Yeah, remember that was you asked him about that last time.
Sean loves J.D. Vance. By the way, I was looking yesterday trying to find those pictures about whether or not maybe he wears eyeliner. Couldn't find any sources that confirm it, but you are right.
Yes.
Something weird with the eyebrows.
Yep.
And by the way,
bro wears eyeliner, dude.
Total fashion thing for certain people with the way their head's shaped, what their hair is, and how their face is built. It's a good thing J.D. Vance has a beard now. And I'm not talking about like a Tim Scott beard. I'm talking about like a real beard.
Stop. It's a sin.
Well, actually, Nick Kayal, you bring up a good point.
Tim and Mandy are in love. Right?
Have not seen her.
I wasn't going to go there.
I just make observations that the common man brings up in private.
I know.
Yeah.
I get
what
it.
I do.
But yes, and by the way, let's not forget, J.D. Vance was very anti-Trump for a long time.
Yeah,
very anti-Trump for a long time.
Trump saying, he came around after a while.
Not saying that matters, because if you remember, I think it was Marco Rubio who, during a speech in 2015, a campaign stop when he was running for president, was basically saying, "You can't vote for a con man. We can't vote for a con man. We can't let a con man run the party." So. I'm just saying, I'm not sure how well, I get it. It's politics. People say a lot of things. Kamala trash Biden. I understand that, but
called Joe racist.
I don't know. Some people might not have long memories, or might have long memories, or whatever. I'm just saying.
It's just funny how you see. You aired Kristi Noem, Governor Noem, the other day. She's still begging for the job when she goes on these shows. But also Nancy Mace. I mean, I know she's Sorry. Nancy Mace is on a lot, and so she's auditioning. She would love it. They all would love it. To me, I think he's going to win. I think it's the Veep. When has a Veep ever mattered? I know we talk about it because obviously this is a 4-year term, teeing the next person up, and I think that's
also,
why
they're old. Both of them are old. Yeah. I mean, look. If you look at lineage, like I think Trump's father lived to like 94. So
wow.
maybe Trump has
DNA
has more years left in him. But you can't argue with the fact that one's 77, the other's 81. So
he turns 78 tomorrow.
Yeah. So the vice president this time around, I know everybody says it doesn't matter, but it actually does because you never know.
My dad's texting me, "Oh yeah, Greg Stocker, 78. That's a sophomore in high school."
Yeah. And your dad's almost 88, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's amazing. Speaking of whether it matters, a couple of other quotes here. This is an unbelievable story. They vetted a lot of people. They have third and fourth sources in this New York Post article. This person also has warned that Scott, who has repped South Carolina in the Senate since 2013, quote, might not resonate with the black community in a way that's worth putting him on the ticket. I could see that. I could see Byron Donalds resonating with the black community more than Tim Scott. Quote, there are stronger options, and Tim has potential to serve in the cabinet, so I still think he'll play an important role. A third insider indicated that Scott was, quote, still in the mix, but I suspect his biggest issue is he's not very good on TV. Does that matter? According to the third source, that's working against Tim Scott. And then a fourth source told the New York Post that the former president, quote, doesn't believe that the vice president matters electorally, meaning that Scott and Rubio, whose parents are Cuban, wouldn't have an advantage over other contenders such as Doug Burgum and J.D. Vance based on demographics alone. So if you want to read that story, it is in the New York Post.
Just some instant feedback comments here. JT3 says, Rubio, hell no, and no Tim Scott. Newman Price says, I know who it won't be. Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Sorry, Dawn.
Stop.
The only female that made that list was Elise.
PA Pyrotechnic Fan says, Rubio is a rhino. Stefanik voted to fund Ukraine rather than our border. So apparently nobody likes any of these choices. So.
Maybe Trump could just be the VP as well. He's just gonna, or maybe
Trump
Snoop Dogg's really an option. Sean Farish would say. 855-839-1210. And then lastly, speaking of vice presidents,
one more thing. I just have to fight with somebody. PA Pyrotechnic Fan. Well, Greg, people your age still live at home. I will take the wisdom over the lazy generation. First of all, I'm 44. I am part of Gen X, and I was out of my house by 18. So you have no idea what you're talking about. It's not my generation that's lazy. It's this next generation that's lazy.
It's the younger age range of the millennials into the Gen Zers for sure.
Sorry.
So that guy is saying, why is he ripping Gen Xers though?
I don't know.
What does that have to do with the VP?
It's whenever people don't like an opinion I have on something, they always attack me. Like, I'm young, I have no idea what I'm talking about. I'm this, I'm that. I'm not experienced. I wasn't a political consultant, so therefore I have no idea. Yet I called every. Never mind. Please.
Well, I didn't know 44. I thought 44 was kind of like middle age prime.
Oh yeah, no, dude, I'm old. I am not.
I'm the oldest 40-year-old on the planet.
I said to somebody yesterday, because I'm interviewing a lot of people right now for all these open jobs that we have here. But I was like, I need the younger generation to come in and step up because I don't. There's a lot of stuff I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I got you. 855-839-1210. Let me save the Kamala Harris. I don't want to rush through this. This is fascinating. Politico with a story with a headline that reads, voters have real doubts about Kamala Harris as a potential president, poll finds. Geez, you think? But what's the motive behind this? Why is this being put out there for consumption in the public? And is Kamala Harris at one point in time, will the day come, if Joe gets reelected, where Kamala Harris is the president of the United States? We'll get to that after we get to the news. Round number 2 is coming up next, the 7 o'clock hour on the way. It's Kayal and Company, live here on this Thursday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-688-6641.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this summer with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you.
If it's been a minute since you've considered an Infiniti, now's the time to check out the Bush Auto Group. At Bush Infiniti of Westchester, we have exceptional offers just for you. Enjoy rates as low as 4.9% for 36 months on Infiniti certified pre-owned vehicles. Plus, every new Infiniti comes with 3 years free maintenance. Don't wait. Visit in-store today at Bush Infiniti of Westchester or online at infinityofwestchester.com. Philly rides with us.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because when people don't have to worry about where their next meal is coming from, they can truly thrive, like Marta.
And now we'll hear from our class valedictorian, who with our hard work never ceases to amaze us. Please welcome Marta Moreno.
And Alex.
Hey, Alex, how did the interview go?
I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
I knew it. Let's meet up later to celebrate.
And Diego.
Mom! I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow. feedingamerica.org/actnow. A public service announcement brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
We don't care who you vote for in the upcoming election. You know why? Because this is not a political ad. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group meet with people every day wondering if they should be doing something different with their money because it's an election year. At Retire Ready Financial Group, we want you to know where your money is, how it's performing, and if the market does go down, how does it affect your retirement? We call it a portfolio snapshot, and we do it at no charge. Our goal is for you to have confidence as you enter retirement, confidence to spend, and confidence that you won't run out of money. Let's vote those election worries right out of your retirement. For your complimentary portfolio snapshot, call 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or go to retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
My dad loves Philly sports, and I need a Father's Day gift.
Tickets to see Joe Conklin are the perfect Father's Day gift.
Oh, my goodness. It was absolutely wonderful. All the voices and the singing.
And just seeing my dad, seeing the look on my dad's face.
Just the mix of the comedy and the singing. You never knew which way they were going to go with it.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood Catholic Academy in North Wildwood, Saturday, June 29, and at the Ocean City Music Pier in Ocean City, New Jersey on Saturday, July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Why are you paying for an AC system that's struggling to keep you cool? If you hear something funny, smell something burny, your AC is frozen or leaking water, or even feel warm air coming from your AC, it's time to call CNC. CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local Lennox dealers, can make it a no-sweat summer for your entire household with one phone call. 0% financing options available. Don't wait until it's too late. Visit cc-hvac.com to request your estimate today.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navient's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows, and you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Are you tired of that dated old kitchen or bathroom? Ready for a refresh? You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They've been transforming spaces quickly, beautifully, and affordably since 1979. From refacing to custom cabinets, backsplash, counters. Yes, you can get the kitchen you want now. Right now, they're offering 12 months of no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Tom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Lord Almighty, I feel my temperature rising. Higher, higher, it's burning through to my soul.
Kayal and Company as we get it going here on this Thursday morning. What a show we have lined up. What's on the cut sheet coming up 7:45. Sean Farish at 8:30. And certainly your calls, comments, reaction on the phones, 855-839-1210. Social media at 1210 WPHT on the YouTube chat. And, of course, you can get us on the free Odyssey app. We will get to this Politico story on Kamala Harris as potential president and what American voters are expressing as legit concerns, and also some of her strengths. Yes, some of her strengths. We'll get to that. And also, latest Pennsylvania polling has Donald Trump ahead by a few points on the big guy, despite almost 50% of Pennsylvanians saying the jury got it right when convicting Trump. Very interesting. All of that still on tap this morning. But right now, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:02. We give you the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. Kayal and Company News Live, sponsored by Bounce Back PT. We're at 65 degrees, a beautiful sunny day in store. Full forecast in just a moment. In the news this morning, we're learning more about the 48 people arrested during that large protest in Philadelphia, just outside Aramark's headquarters in Philadelphia. Workers say they're fighting for a new contract as well as wage increases, and they forced the closure of the Market Street Bridge that's right between Center City and University City. So it's right near, obviously, Aramark's headquarters. So they say that they're only able to survive on what they're making. This is Local 274. And Aramark employees from Wells Fargo Center, Citizens Bank Park, Lincoln Financial Field, we've been talking about this, this union battle, as they have been battling. Now they're getting serious, they say. So they're demanding, they say, family-sustaining wage increases and year-round health care. One of the headlines this morning in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
48 people. Compare this to, I know it's a different kind of protest, but the fact that they arrested nearly 50 people and did not allow them any longer to block a major street, different policing in Philadelphia, different philosophy, different mayor.
Mm-hmm. All of a sudden, change matters.
So just pointing that one out. So we're learning more about Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman. So, it was their 16th wedding anniversary. We don't know where exactly they were headed, but John Fetterman, Pennsylvania senator, was reportedly speeding and at fault in connection with that car crash over the weekend. This is Western Maryland. And so it happened early Sunday morning. Maryland State Police releasing their report saying Senator Fetterman was behind the wheel, not his wife Giselle, and he was driving a Chevy Traverse when, for some unknown reason, he ran into the back of a Chevy Impala driven by a middle-aged lady. Everybody went to the hospital, no serious injuries, but they said he was, quote, traveling at a high rate of speed, well over the posted speed limit, which was 70 degrees.
Oh, my God.
Or 70 miles per hour, I should say.
Yes. So, he had to, well over, probably in the 80s, right? 85?
Well, what is that, 10%?
Hey, and you go into somebody's back end at 80 miles an hour. I'm surprised somebody wasn't really seriously hurt.
I just wonder, it was right before an exit, if he was going along and she put on the brakes. Maybe she was getting ready for the exit.
Yeah.
And she suddenly put on the brakes.
Yeah. Chevy on Chevy collision here.
So he took accountability and just said yesterday, releasing a statement. I don't think he said this on camera anywhere, so I don't think we have the audio, but he released a written statement calling it an unfortunate accident. He said he was relieved and grateful there were no serious injuries. I need to do better and do it slower, and I will.
His new nickname is now Fender Bender Fetterman.
So that's a statement on his 16th wedding anniversary. I need to do better and do it slower, and I will.
Yeah. That's what I say sometimes when I realize I go a little too quick in the big take. And I go do it a little better and go a little slower.
Well, the headline as we head into what's going to be a gorgeous shore weekend, authorities down the shore, and I know there was a big commissioners meeting this week, many different individuals down the shore, leadership, whether they're lawmakers, commissioners, community members, gathering, saying we've got to crack down and shut down what's happening at the Jersey Shore. So the latest on the Wildwood Boardwalk is they still search for suspects in a violent assault that happened last weekend involving teenage boys. They've said no backpacks on the boardwalk after 8 a.m. Or after 8 p.m., I should say. So from 8 p.m. to 4 in the morning, no backpacks.
Okay. Stalker, you're a big mountain and lake type of relaxation guy. Maybe this is the alternative. If you don't want to deal with the restrictions or the rowdiness at the shore, you take a page out of the Stalker playbook. Go to the secluded mountains, less crap.
Well, I do
peace.
both. I like the. I'll be at the Jersey Shore in the beginning of July. So.
Okay.
Just saying.
Yeah.
I like them both.
Okay.
Well, if you have, I think it does depend for you, your son. Your children's ages matter, and so the question is for parents, if you have teenagers, and I know everybody has their favorite shore point. For little kids, it's so much fun to go to a place like Ocean City because of all the little rides, and it's, we all have those videos, and it's just precious.
Yep.
That's part of the problem, and what they're trying to protect, I think, is that especially places like Ocean City or Sea Isle, is that, people are on the boardwalk with their little kids.
Yeah, trying to create memories that'll last a lifetime and not deal with all this, rigmarole.
So I'm hearing now, the latest one I heard from different sources was that some of this, and I don't know where these individuals are coming from, some of these teenagers are not teenagers whose parents own a home down the shore or are renting a home. I'm hearing more about large groups of different different actual gangs.
New York or Philadelphia?
Yeah, or just from North Jersey, South Jersey.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so that's another piece of this
Yeah.
that they have to look into.
That's why I go further south. You hate the Jersey Shore. I don't hate the Jersey Shore. I just go further south.
I don't know if you saw this story of the fact that aliens might be living among us, disguised as humans.
Yeah, the Harvard study, right?
Yes. It's one of my favorite stories. We have to talk about this one moving forward. But
You want to share any deets right now? I'll talk about this.
Well, they're talking about, I guess we no longer say UFOs. They're UAP, unidentified aerial phenomena.
Right.
And they say that these spaceships are visiting their Earth-based alien friends.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they may have been actually dinosaurs, because what happened to the dinosaurs?
It's a great question.
So maybe we're dinosaurs, aliens.
Mm-hmm.
So are the aliens? I mean, this is straight out of a straight out of a movie scene, right?
Oh yes, absolutely.
Men in Black,
Men
right?
in Black, right? Will Smith and
Will
Tommy
Smith.
Lee Jones. Yeah.
So they're saying that the study was created to offer an alternate explanation for these sightings, and to hypothesize what it means, the possibility that the UAP, the UFOs, may involve forms of non-human intelligence that are already present on Earth's environment.
Yeah, I thought I read that one of the revelations was that not only are there aliens living here on Earth, but they're living amongst us under disguise.
Yes.
Yeah. Although, when I hear a Harvard study over the last 7 or 8 months, it's kind of lost some of its prestige, in my opinion. A Harvard study.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Well, they're going by the hype, but who would be they're calling them crypto-terrestrials, so humans. So then I just did a story on Fetterman. Could he be, who would be the alien among us?
Hillary?
No. Nah.
Biden?
If you're Nick Kayal, seriously, if you're going to be you're highly intelligent extraterrestrial, and you get to choose any human body, are you going to choose Hillary Clinton?
No.
Right?
Any human body.
Who'd you choose?
Tom Brady.
Not
Guy doesn't
Giselle
age.
Bunchkin?
Well, if you want to go female, I can give you a list of about 1,000. Where do I begin?
But they say that the paper said, the Harvard paper, if you believe this study, if you want to believe it, they relate to the world inhabited by humans in ways that are less technological than magical, giving the examples of fairies, elves, and nymphs among us.
I think this is all.
Do we believe in the fairy? This is an HBO special.
I don't believe in any of this. This is all fake.
This is
not real.
It's unbelievable to me how far we've come as far as just in my lifetime. Aliens are now it's pretty much common knowledge. Everybody's admitting that yes, there's extraterrestrial life form.
Mm-hmm.
Where that used to be the stuff of conspiracy theories.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
It's either real and they just bottled it up so nobody would freak out, or now they don't mind letting the secret out so we can be distracted over stuff like aliens.
Yep.
While more important stuff is done right underneath our nose.
Now, ancient people, there are people who claim that ancient people like the Egyptians and their hieroglyphics and all their cave paintings and different artistry had alien images, but they believe they were angels.
Okay.
There you go.
Right.
From elves to angels.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
We needed our angels. We need our winning angels for our Phils. We lost yesterday in Boston, so we have a chance at redemption for Game 3 tonight, 7:10 p.m. Phils lost 8-6, and so playing tonight in Boston, last game of Fenway. And forecast, well, you're going to love it. We're still in the 80s today. Gorgeous day in the upper 80s. Tomorrow, 93 degrees with a chance of late day T-storms. The weekend, mid to 86 degrees for us in Philadelphia. Down the Jersey Shore, 81, 82 degrees. Gorgeous weekend, especially if you're headed down the shore. Hey, we are sponsored by Bounce Back Physical Therapy. Pain has met its match. Relief covered by insurance at Bounce Back Physical Therapy, PT, in Wayne, Pennsylvania. Their team of licensed physical therapists specializing in treating sports injuries especially. Get you feeling better in as few as 3 visits. Visit bouncebackpt.com. Book that appointment today. Bounce Back Physical Therapy. Thank you for sponsoring Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 7:12 as we continue, just about 30 minutes out from the cut sheet. Let's get to this story from Politico with the headline, Voters Have Real Doubts About Kamala Harris as Potential President, poll finds. Politico writes the following, with voter concern about President Joe Biden's age haunting his chances of re-election, a new poll shows his next in line, Vice President Kamala Harris, facing serious doubts about her ability to win the presidency herself or to perform the job say this one more time.
Say that 10 times fast.
Or to perform the job well, were she to inherit it. That's written terribly, by the way. The Politico Morning Consult poll reveals that only a third of voters think it's likely that Harris would win an election were she to become the Democratic nominee, and just 3 of 5 Democrats believe that she would prevail. A quarter of independents think that she could win. That skepticism extends to her potential future role as the head of her party. 42% of voters described Harris as a strong leader. Not really sure where that 42% comes from or what they've been paying attention to. But that also includes 3/4 of Democrats, but only a third of independents. Now, what's interesting here is the poll shows that Harris shares the same poor rating as Biden. Both are well underwater. Biden at 43% favorability to 54% unfavorable. Harris at 42% favorable. So she's a point below Joe and 52% unfavorable. Harris's effort to reboot after a rocky start appear to have paid some dividends with important messaging to constituencies, including with female reproductive rights and also amongst Black Biden voters. By the way, has anybody gotten more reboots than Kamala Harris? She's like a compact Presario in 1999 that kept crashing. You just would keep rebooting your computer. Like when you call tech support, well, have you powered down your modem? Yes, I did all that, and it's still not working, okay? But I bring this up because it's interesting after, Hunter's conviction, where Joe is polling-wise. By the way, Joe's at his lowest approval rating of all time at 37%. And I say, well, okay, a poll's a poll, and we do polls for a variety of reasons. But why would Politico put this out there and really cast Kamala in a skeptical, doubtful light? And there's a couple of things that have been bouncing through my head as far as, will Joe get replaced and will there be a switcheroo? And I think we're going to get more clarity on that depending on how he performs 2 weeks from tonight in that CNN debate. And right now, at this very moment, gun to my head, I think Joe will be the nominee. I was of the belief at one point that, like, I really thought maybe they would swap him out in August, but Kamala's below Joe in polling. I don't think Gavin Newsom would be this lock, surefire victory if, they took the governor from California. I would argue right now that if you're looking at the future of the Democrats, I think Shapiro has a better chance than Gavin Newsom of being president someday down the road in America.
Agreed.
But what's the most likely scenario here where Kamala Harris would eventually become the president? Could you see any of these scenarios playing out if Joe Biden were to beat Donald Trump? And right now in most polls, Biden trails, but the polls are the polls. Could you see Joe fulfilling a second term? I could not. Could you see Joe dying in office? I could certainly see that being a distinct possibility. But one scenario, as we talk about a bait and switch or a switcheroo, could you see Joe beating Trump and then very early on in his second term, maybe even in the first year of term 2, in 2025, he just steps aside and hands off the baton to Kamala Harris?
No way.
He could cite health. He could cite his son, especially if his son goes to prison and he's a man of his word and says, I'm not going to pardon him. I told you I wouldn't. Could you see him just saying, you know what? At 82 years old, I don't have it in me for another 4 years. And maybe he knows that and they know that all along. And behind closed doors, they know Kamala can't beat Trump. They believe Biden's the best guy to beat Trump. Biden beats him and then immediately passes off the baton in like June of 2025, a year from now. Could you see that scenario playing out? I could see that. They're diabolical. Like if they have done the calculus and they've said, we can't do the Gavin thing. You know, it's a California stepping over another Californian. It's a white man stepping over the black female. We're all about identity politics.
By the way, I've been saying this for months now. I really believe that he's running. He'll maybe, if he wins, he'll maybe serve a year, and then he'll hand it off to Kamala. That is 100% what's happening.
But not because the only way he would do that.
Yeah.
Is if something happened where his health was actually failing, not because he would just say, "I'm telling you," it's like it reminds me of Game of Thrones. Look at him.
Well, to your point,
he's like a grumpy. You see him. There have been times when he even snapped at his own staffers and handlers.
He's incredibly stubborn, right?
He's stubborn.
Yep.
And we learn, and not that age has anything to do with it. I think he's been stubborn his entire life. I think that he will not want to give it up. He will not, because then at some point he wants to lie in state if he does die in office. He wants to have the huge, you know what I mean? I just...
Too much, you're saying too much ego.
Yep.
Nobody can force him out. Nobody can cut through to him.
No way is he going to easily go.
Okay. I could... Man, I'm just thinking. I mean, because what have we seen in the last year? The Democrats are not even trying to hide things, right? Like they're not even trying to be coy about certain things when it comes to going after Trump. We played you that Nancy Pelosi clip a few days ago on the cut sheet. There's just so much stuff that's right out there, and they don't try to be very secretive about their intentions. The whole bit. So, I could just totally see where they play this out. And I thought, Stalker, you were of the belief that he would die in office. But, I'll take you for what you said on, passing off the baton. Because, for something there, like Joe, and keep in mind, Joe has said this, I'm running again to stop Trump. I beat him once, I can beat him again. That's also why I think the switch could happen early on if he wins. Because then he can come out and say, look, I told you I was running to beat Trump. I told you I would beat him again. Now I'm 2 for 2 against Trump. Here you go, Kamala. So Dawn disagrees. Greg thinks it's a possibility. I'd like to see what you guys think. 855-839-1210. Maybe we could throw up a poll question in the YouTube chat, Phil. Could you see in year one of term 2 Joe Biden passing off the baton to Kamala Harris? I'd like to see what our voters in the YouTube poll think. 855-839-1210, the number. Let's get to Pennsylvania on the other side. A lot of local stuff today. We also have to get to another local story, technically, with Leah Thomas taking a big L with the Olympics, and we will do all of that before we get to the cut sheet. But first, a word from my friends, families behind the badge. You guys know I love my first responders and my admiration and respect for police. And we love the fact that you're making donations, but you can also donate and also ride. Heck, you can join my team. So join me once again. I hope that you will support the Bend to the Shore Bike Tour. It's coming up on Sunday, July 21st. We're just about 5 weeks away, and you have a ton of options here. You can do the 65 miles from Philly to Atlantic City. I did it last year. Most of you, I think, can do it. If you can't do the 65, you can ride 30 miles from Hamilton. Much easier, smoother, not as many hills. There's a family-friendly celebration at the Showboat Hotel after the ride. And you can even register to ride with me and Team 1210. I know some of you were saying you couldn't join the team. We've got the website up and running. It's operational. Go do it right now. I'm returning as the captain of Team 1210, and I want you to join, whether you're riding or just donating to support the cause. Visit bend2shore.org, and when you sign up with the code NICK1210, they're going to knock off $25 from your registration fee. That's bend2shore.org, promo code NICK1210. Let's show everybody how WPHT and Odyssey supports law enforcement. Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation provides financial relief for the families of fallen and injured first responders, and they support the Police Youth Alliance.
I joke around and with my wife and call it my bionic knee.
But before Ernest became a patient with QC Kinetics, it was a different story.
I'd go to bed with my knee throbbing, heat, ice. I would get up in the middle of the night to get a drink or something, and I would just be hobbling.
He wasn't able to play on his rec basketball team or work in the yard. But QC Kinetics regenerative treatments turned around the situation without surgery or downtime, using Ernest's own healing properties to help restore his aching knee, now known as Ernest Ernest's bionic knee.
I am really happy because I am playing the game that I love so much, and I'm playing with my granddaughter, and I'm gardening, and I'm on my knees, and I'm jumping up. I have a 200-pound dog, and I'm playing with my dog.
Now Ernest is living his best life thanks to QC Kinetics, and so can you. Call today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
We all know baseball is a long season. I'm Brett Boone from the Brett Boone Podcast. This summer, take a trip down memory lane with me and hear from the legends of the game. So far this year, I've had conversations with Randy Johnson, Pete Rose, Deion Sanders. Plus, every week we look at the state of Major League Baseball, which teams are exceeding expectations, which ones are struggling to meet them. Follow and listen to the Brett Boone Podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because when people don't have to worry about where their next meal is coming from, they can truly thrive, like Marta.
And now we'll hear from our class valedictorian, who with our hard work never ceases to amaze us. Please welcome Marta Moreno.
And Alex.
Hey, Alex, how did the interview go?
I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
I knew it. Let's meet up later to celebrate.
And Diego.
Mom! I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow. feedingamerica.org/actnow. A public service announcement brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. June is Men's Health Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. Life is busy. It can be hard to focus on your health. Thankfully, Rescue Men's Health Supplements have the vitamins, minerals, and nutrients that provide men with what they need. Rescue supplements can help boost testosterone, promote a healthy prostate, as well as support energy and vitality for an active life. And for the month of June, when you buy one of their Men's Health single bottles, you'll receive a second totally free. Just use the code STRENGTH for the buy one, get one offer. To order, call a Rescue Product Consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or shop online by visiting res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Discover the amazing benefits of Rescue Natural Male, Prime RX, Super Prostate, and more. Again, use that code STRENGTH for the buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Men's Health products. Shop res-q.com and do it today.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kin Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to Work Money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
Don't let woke win. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company, happy Thursday to everybody. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day. What's on the cut sheet, you'll find out in just about 18 minutes. Sean Farish for a good 40 minutes this morning. He's coming up at 8:30, a day earlier than usual. Dawn will be out tomorrow. Mary Walter will be in for Dawn. And then next week, Bruno and Miss Robin in for a couple of days.
Today's Bruno's birthday officially.
Oh, that's right.
Happy birthday, Tony.
Yeah, Tony's, I think, 72.
A lot of rain happening in Florida.
Yeah, did you see that?
He
Yes,
mentioned it
flooding.
yesterday. They're flooding. there's all kinds of issues at the Miami airport. It's crazy. Yep.
Indeed. 855-839-1210, as long as the rain doesn't show up tomorrow when I'm on the golf course.
That's why when everybody's like, oh, I want to move to Florida. I want to live in Florida. Like, the weather down there kind of sucks.
No, it doesn't.
No, it does. It does.
But they're usually pop-up showers.
This is the rainy season right now.
There's hurricanes. There's rain. It's 110 degrees in the summer.
See, I love that.
That's not.
Yeah, I like it hot.
Okay.
I like it hot. I can deal with the heat. I can deal with the humidity. You know what's weird about me is I have no problem being outside sweating like an absolute pig. What I hate is wearing dress clothes in a work environment and sweating. That drives me insane. Like, I'm one of those guys, like, I'm just, I got the dress shirt on, which I do 2 times a year, and I'm like, all right, let me just check my armpits here. A little dry. There we go. I like it. 855-839-1210. I'm going to get to this Trump stuff with Pennsylvania and then also the Leah Thomas update in just a moment. But let me grab a call as we go to Radnor, and we welcome in Shorty. Shorty is in Radnor, and according to my screener, is offended about the possibility of Joe Biden as president again. Shorty, good morning.
I mean, come on, let's be real. Like it really, the guy's a doddering crook who was probably wearing Depends, and from what I've heard, he's walking aimlessly around the White House when he doesn't have people. And the fact that he's even running, let alone that people are talking about it as a possibility of him winning, it shows the true depths of the corruption of our government and our life.
Mm-hmm.
It really does, because I'm supposed to act like I just dealt with my mother. I cared for my mother with Alzheimer's for 7 years.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right? And so thank you. But it just is like, it is amazing when somebody looks at my face and talks to me like this guy has a real shot. And I'm like, he can't direct you to the McDonald's down the street.
Well, he does. I mean, Shorty, he does have a real shot, and I'm with you. I've said on the air, and I'm not even joking when I say this, I don't think he would be hired at Walmart as a greeter. When you walk into, a Walmart and you've got the older gentleman sitting there and saying hello. Like, I mean, that's how inept he is at this point. But here's the thing. Here's the thing you got to remember, Shorty. Joe's not calling the shots. He's a figurehead. He's just, he does it for the optics. I mean, we know what's going on here, right? There's the squad Dems have hijacked the far left progressive faction of the party, runs the show. Obama's calling shots behind the scenes, according to some people, and that's their belief. And I would not rule that out at all. And the thing that you have to be able to understand and come to grips with, I'm not saying you have to like it, you can fight it for, the rest of eternity. There's just so many people out there. My mother-in-law, a perfect example. We were texting last night. It's this disdain for the other guy. It's not the support of Joe. It's the vote against the guy Joe's going against. We've seen this, and look, I'm the first guy to sit there and say on Twitter, don't overreact just because Trump gets 30,000 at one rally or 80,000 at another, and Joe's rallies look like a fourth grade spelling bee. That at the end of the day, Joe doesn't have this. You're not going to find people walking around, I love Joe Biden. That doesn't exist. It's I hate Donald Trump. That's the thing here, and hopefully people can look at. And that's the thing I think that's so fascinating about this, Dawn. Not only that it's a rematch, but it's like going to the grocery store. You can pick up the 2 products that you want to purchase, and you can look at the back of the 2 products and look at all the ingredients and all the health stuff and the calories and the carbohydrates. And you can look at Biden. You can look at Trump, and you can say, okay, let's compare the 2 with the economy. Let's compare the 2 with the border, wars, all on down the list, energy independence, inflation and all of that. And you can sit there and you say, okay, well, this one looks like the far better option. But if you see the 2 labels and you see the 2 brands, some people can't get past the names and the brands. Because if you took the brand off and you ripped the label off and you just compared the products in a blind taste test, you would say, the Trump one tastes a lot better. Oh, and then you're like, oh, that's the Trump one. And you spit it out like, oh, I can't accept it. That's the world we live in right now, Dawn.
It's true, but it's also, when you think about the media, and Greg always says, don't get your news from Twitter. But I wonder if we looked at people what is their news source, and how does so-called the MSNBCs, the CNNs, how does so-called mainstream media impact people's perception of those candidates?
Mm-hmm.
And that's another question that I have. So I am curious as far as how first-time voters, 18-year-olds, will vote in this election.
It's very fascinating. It's very fascinating. And yesterday, Trump appeared on the taping of the Logan Paul podcast. He's the brother of Jake Paul, the UFC. I think Jake Paul's a UFC guy, or he's some other type of MMA fighter. He's done some boxing as well. He's doing that sham fight with Tyson, supposedly coming up later this summer in July.
That got postponed, didn't it?
Did they officially cancel that?
I don't think it's been canceled, but I think it's been.
Yeah, I think that's another thing. I think you nailed it. I think didn't you say like 2 months ago that fight will never happen?
Yes, exactly.
So to the point of the young voter, I think Trump being on the Logan Paul podcast, according to Frank Luntz, Republican pollster, he's got 18 million TikTok followers, Logan Paul, and 27 million Instagram followers. And according to some data out there, because they do track, who consumes these podcasts, about half of his audience on the Logan Paul podcast is 18 to 24-year-olds. So you might be sitting there saying, well, why is Trump, going on a podcast with this young guy, Logan Paul, WWE wrestler? He's trying to reach that demographic that I think you're talking about, that 18 to 24-year-old. Mm-hmm. And what have we seen in some of the polls that are out there? Young females, 18 to 22, skewing super left, and young males more than ever now skewing conservative at a very early age.
Yep.
By the way, what's that energy drink or whatever that drink is that Logan Paul?
Prime.
You cannot go. I'm sure Dawn might be dealing with this. Maybe her kids are a little old for that, but you cannot go to find a 15, 16, 17-year-old who doesn't have those Prime drinks.
Yep.
It is huge.
They're everywhere.
It's huge.
They advertise a ton. They market everywhere. I mean, when I go to when I get up from the nap each day, I drink a small energy drink.
Yeah.
I used to be like a Red Bull guy. I would drink the little 8.4 ounce can, and then I started drinking those Celsiuses, which are a little bit better for you because there's no sugar. But now you see the Prime, and the Prime is you can get it like in the Gatorade type where it's like, a sports rehydration drink, or you can get the energy drink. And every time I go to Giant, there's the big massive displays set up. I mean, it is a big time drink that I think a lot of the youths out there are consuming.
So you're correct when I see a lot of people, especially on the liberal side on Twitter, being like, he's can you imagine he's going on this Dopes that Dopes podcast has a ton of, as you said, 18 to 25-year-old viewers, listeners.
Yep.
So it's actually really smart of Trump to go on that podcast.
Yeah. Go ahead, Dawn.
Well, and this is why I think we're seeing, everybody's wondering, why is it that young men, 18 to 25 or 18 to 28, why is it that they're going conservative? Because this movement, this anti-man movement, it started I remember my brother John talking about it, even on so-called mainstream TV. And it then just supersized over the years. And so I think all men, but especially young men, are revolting against this, and that's why UFC, all of these fights, are saying, "No, I am male." Much like
hear me roar.
Right?
Here's the problem, though, guys, is that you're talking to, yes, people could be like, "Oh, Trump is on this," and maybe 18 to 24-year-olds don't vote. Look at the percentage of 18 to 24-year-olds in this country that vote.
That's why
it is so minimal. And if you guys think it's going to change this year because Trump is running, it's not happening.
But that's why it's fascinating that we talked about Jay-Z earlier jumping into this. So let's say you have the Jay-Z's of the world saying, "Hey, this is wrong that we can't have Lifeline scholarships," and now that's really going against Democrats, right?
Yep.
But they're pushing the Dems to do it, and he's doing the job for Shapiro, by the way, to put the pressure on teachers union and all of that. We get that. But I think when you see the UFC, you see these different influencers where, my sons, I look over, what are they watching? That's what they're watching on their phone. Some fight, some podcast with those guys.
Yeah.
Because they're searching and aching for anybody that's just talking about, and celebrating being male.
Your boys just want to go around punching people, don't they? Dawn, do your boys have anger issues?
No.
Just kidding.
But I think that people are, it's not anger, it's just being fed up with what we've been fed.
Right. Yeah.
And so I think to Greg's point, will we see these voters, these first time, these 18-year-olds or young men, will they be as activated as their female counterparts who are worried about their plan B?
Nope.
Because that's what all the girls are using nowadays, plan B.
Yes.
Let me.
Can I just
Okay.
thank you for saying that, because that is being overlooked
It is.
a lot. Because at the end of this month, the Supreme Court is going to rule on that.
If they rule on that and rule against it, we're dead.
Yep.
I'm just, that's it. Boom.
Yep. Everybody's saying the poll numbers now are this, and Trump is winning here and there in swing states. If the Supreme Court rules against that, it's like you might as well just kiss it all goodbye.
Yep. Agreed. And, let me just throw a little bit of cold water on, the reaching out to every. And look, trust me, I think you should not leave any stone unturned. I think Trump going to New York mattered. I mean, you go there. He's not going to win New York. You go to Nevada. You look at Minnesota and Virginia at polls. Are those winnable? I think this is a super close election, so I think you have to dot every I, you have to cross every T. Going on the Logan Paul podcast, I think that might help a little bit, but don't neglect what matters, and that's the 3 swing states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. And at the end of the day, I don't think anything is more important than Pennsylvania, which brings us to Trump winning in Pennsylvania despite his conviction. A new Marist University poll conducted in the Keystone State found that despite the fact that nearly half of the state approves of the guilty verdict of Trump's hush money trial, the former president still favored to win in the state of Pennsylvania. According to the survey, 1,181 registered voters in PA, 49% of the state believes the jury got it right in convicting Trump, but the latest poll numbers show Trump leads Joe Biden by 2 points, 47 to 45. RFK only polling at 3% in PA. We talked last hour about Tim Scott kind of fading. Bobby Kennedy's really faded.
3%, because I've seen a lot more than 3%.
Oh, you have?
In some polls. That's
okay.
That's why a lot of these polls are BS. But
we haven't talked about him much lately, though.
No.
He's been really quiet as well.
Yep.
Right?
I'm tired of turning on this radio station and other radio stations and other cable news outlets and only hearing the polls that show Trump up here and winning there. It's like, you wonder why when your guy doesn't win. And everybody's like, oh, my God, I thought we had it in the bag. Mitt Romney went through that in 2012.
Yeah.
Because they only watch the people who feed you the niceties all the time that, shoot rainbows up your butt. Sorry. They do. They do.
I agree.
You do. It's unbelievable to me.
Now, so that's the back hole, right? That's not the that's not the trans-friendly front hole. Exactly. Can you imagine having a rainbow in the trans-friendly front hole? Be like having a bag of Skittles. All right, coming up next, what is on the cut sheet? We will find out. And then our buddy Sean Farish, just about 45 minutes from now. It's Kayal and Company. No rainbows up the buttholes here. We just give it to you straight.
Not right.
Give it to you straight and hard, baby.
He means the band.
Oh.
Yeah, the butthole circus.
Yeah. Phil will be talking about that at 9:52.
Music.
Yes.
Back after this.
Hey, summer kicks off road trip season. You think about the heat. You think about all the great trips to the mountains, to the beaches for many of us. But do you know if your vehicle is actually road trip ready? My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're going to help you make sure that you and your family are safe on the roads this summer. The service centers of the Piazza Premium dealers not only handle all your regular maintenance needs, but also diagnose possible issues before they occur. This is important. Schedule a service appointment online today. Just go to PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com for that dealer nearest you, Pennsylvania, Delaware, New Jersey, PIAZZA, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Join Team Kayal and Company once again this year for the Bend to Shore Bike Tour on Sunday, July 21st. From Philly to Atlantic City, you can do the ride or just donate to support the cause. Visit bendtoshore.org. That's shore.org. Let's show everyone how WPHT and Odyssey supports law enforcement. Bend to Shore is organized by Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. SBBCF provides financial relief for the families of fallen fallen and injured first responders, and supports the Police Youth Alliance, which fosters a positive relationship between police and youth. Sponsored by Gelman Law. Need a criminal defense attorney or personal injury? Visit GelmanLawFirm.com.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Hi, Stephanie from Emmons. Are you not loving your bathroom? Is the King's Throne looking a little outdated and run down? Let Emmons Design Specialists design a bathroom that you will love and one that Emmons will redo in as little as one day. An affordable, maintenance-free bathroom with little to no inconvenience to you and your family. With finance options available, there's really only one problem. Your bathroom will be so nice, your king may never want to come out. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on our website at callemmons.com.
Hello, Saver. Whether you're saving for that trip to the tropics or saving for an emergency, now is the time to take advantage of Wells Fargo's savings options. Wells Fargo offers savings accounts that can help you save towards your goals. So, what are you saving for? Visit a Wells Fargo branch or wellsfargo.com/save to open a savings account today.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
There's nothing quite like local. Local is your weekly farmer's market or homemade strawberry ice cream. It's live music on the corner, yoga in the park, and a chance to try something new. That's why AARP is local, right here in our community, offering free events and enriching experiences that can help with finances, family, and fun. Join AARP Philadelphia on June 25th for a free virtual floral arrangement session with Longwood Gardens. Learn more at aarp.org/local.
35% of crash deaths in Pennsylvania involve drivers under the influence. Drunk, high, buzzed, wasted. Whatever you are, don't become a statistic. Make a plan to get home safe. Designate a driver, ride share, or stay the night. Be safe, PA. Visit pendot.pa.gov/safety for more. Substance use disorder treatment is available. Call 1-800-662-HELP or find a treatment facility at treatmentatlas.org. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Imagine outpatient care where all your needs are met in one location. Jefferson Health's Honickman Center is where you'll discover nationally ranked specialty care and more. Like patient ambassadors, imaging and lab services, a pharmacy, calming spaces, and valet parking. Designed by patients, for patients. Discover a new level of care, created with you in mind. To schedule an appointment, call 1-800-JEFF-NOW.
Hey, Clementon. Yeah! We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hold me close, hold me tight, make me thrill with delight. Let me know where I stand from the start. I want you, I need you, I love you with all my heart.
Kayal and Company, 7:46 on this Thursday morning. As the Elvis music continues, we've almost reached the finish line. Friday can't come soon enough.
Well, we don't know what she has in store for us next week.
I mean, it can't, I don't hate Elvis like you do, but it can't be worse than Elvis, right? Like, Mellencamp, The Boss, Like, in my
Why
opinion.
do you hate Elvis? You really both hate Elvis?
No, I don't hate Elvis. I'm just got Elvis fatigue after 3.5 days. That's all.
No, I really hate Elvis.
No, he
You
does.
do?
Yeah,
He really
I do.
does.
I do.
My mom loved music and would play it in our house, like Elvis, Burt Bacharach,
Elvis Costello.
Bee Gees. I'm trying to think of what else. Like all this, like different. She played really an eclectic country music. She had a real eclectic taste. She loved Elvis.
John Cosin says, "Will Elvis be over by Friday?" Yes, it will. Yes, it will be, sir. Yes, it will be.
Yes, it will be. 855-839-1210. Kutchie here coming up in just a moment. Let's head up the Northeast Extension to Allentown. David's got some thoughts. David, good morning. How are you?
Good. Hanging in there. Thank you for taking my call. I got two quick thoughts for you. Sure. I like your idea of Biden doing like 1 year and then maybe getting out. You hear a lot of talk about Michelle Obama. My thought was if they bring Michelle Obama in wherever, they don't make her president, but they make her vice president. In that, she brings the Obama, name with her, but doesn't step on Kamala, and they can still leave Kamala there, and she brings, Barack Obama with her, and she can just sort of hang out and just use her name.
Yeah, there's two things with that. One is, not Kamala, Michelle Obama's official office has come out and said that there is no aspiration. So it's really true now. It's officially over. I think that we talked about that maybe 6 weeks ago.
I'm going to bring that up in just 1 second.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So she, officially put that fire out because that was my belief for a while that if they were going to switch out Joe for a female, it would not be Kamala, it would be Michelle, because unlike Kamala, Michelle Obama has a massive following. But
I'm tired of hearing this.
So am I.
This is something that has festered on Twitter, and everybody who
but Republicans should be happy because I think if she would run,
this idea that and Roger Stone was saying stop. Michelle Obama is not running. Michelle Obama is not running.
I agree. And once it came directly from
I
the
will
horse's mouth,
resign. I will resign.
What?
If Michelle Obama is the nominee. How about that?
Oh, man. Boys, mark the tape. 7:49 on June 13th. And by the way, speaking of 7:49, we're about 3 minutes late. Let's get to the cut sheet, baby.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Thursday is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have amazingly competitive pricing, plus an additional $1,000 discount on all new Volvos. Cherry Hill Volvo is where relationships really do matter. Judith Yosef and the entire team look forward to meeting you. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Starting with cut 13 here, because I want to piggyback off of what David and Allentown have to say.
Okay.
Because I've heard this, and now you have GOP reps talking about it on Maria Bartiromo's show.
Oh.
This is Andy Ogles. He says that Hunter Biden's conviction provides an opening for Michelle Obama to become the Democratic presidential nominee. And of course, Maria Bartiromo agrees.
Okay.
Cut 13, Phil. Go.
And that being said, I think it also creates an opening for Democrats to slip someone like Michelle Obama in here. The Biden family can say, hey, we're going to take care of our house, we're going to take care of our son, and then allow Michelle Obama to come in and run because, again, Joe Biden can't win this election, and they know that, and they are desperate for another candidate.
I got to tell you, I am increasingly thinking that Joe Biden withdraws from this race by the time November 5th comes along. I am buying into what you're saying there because I agree that the Democrats are desperate right now. They are very worried. Former President Trump is going to be.
There we go.
Yeah, I don't get the connection of Hunter Biden conviction and Michelle Obama. I mean, if you want to make the argument that Joe should drop out or Joe will drop out, that's fine. Gun to my head right now, I think he's going to be the guy, and I think eventually maybe he passes the baton off to Kamala Harris. But the Michelle Obama thing, that fire officially went out when her own office said it's not happening. And we've heard for years that she hates politics.
Is this guy really a serious, really?
Who is it, Andy who?
Ogles. I don't know. I just, dude, stop living online. And Maria Bartiromo to say, Joe Biden is going to be the nominee. Joe Biden is going to be the nominee. I'm sorry. He's going to be the nominee. This whole notion of what he steps aside. Why would he do that?
Never know. Dawn, you're of the belief that he'll die in office. He's not going anywhere.
I think they would have to force him out, or God forbid, he would have some kind of a medical emergency, which anybody can have. Okay,
Sure,
or
absolutely. Yeah.
So at any age. So I think, and by the way, there are researchers who look at longevity, and those researchers have long said, even before the 2020 re-election, they said they predicted that there are people who are sort of, super lifers. And Trump and Biden, they predicted even in late 2019, they said these two will live very long lives.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Both of them.
Wow.
Oh, God.
And so,
Joe Biden's going to live a long time. I'm sorry.
Because he just keeps on
Oh,
going.
God.
That's
keeps on going.
But quality of life matters.
Exactly.
Right?
Yes.
But it's his quality. He loves this life. This is the only life
He's ever known. Yeah.
Think about it. He got into this when he was
50 years.
really young.
Yeah.
I think it's more than 50 years, my friend.
Yeah, 29 years.
Right?
Or 29 years old when he got in.
Swamp creatures be swamp creaturing.
The only habitat they know.
And so he loves it. And he is not going to go easily.
You know what this whole thing, this is my opinion. I believe this whole thing of will Michelle Obama be the secret nominee and will Joe drop out or will he be forced out before it's the talk radio version of Mount Rushmore week. It is. It's just something to fill time.
Right.
That's all it is.
And it triggers a reaction.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, I get it, which is what sports radio stations are doing all month in June anyway.
I can only say with Hunter Biden, it's not this trial locally in Wilmington that just happened. It's the next one that's teed up to happen, because the next one, if they start getting into his income that he allegedly did not, he's accused of not reporting some of that income. Where did that come from?
Yeah.
All of his boards, did the big guy, so-called, his involvement, it sucks Biden into it. And also, speaking of sucking, it sucks the energy away from President Joe Biden, who, this takes a huge toll on him.
Yeah.
And I will tell you, locally, there were people who told my husband and I, we were at different events, who said, Joe's not gonna run. And remember, he passed on running the first time around, and Hillary ran, and they said, no, it's Hunter. Hunter has that lot of skeletons, and it's Hunter. It's Hunter. So we got a whiff of that a long time ago.
Yep.
They've known about this. Remember, there were reports back in the day when Biden was the Veep that Obama was furious about some of this. Remember?
Oh, yeah.
So this is not news to them. This is what they feared.
Right.
By the way, everybody's saying about my threat to resign if Michelle Obama's the nominee. Bree was like, don't write a check your butt can't cash. Like, no, I'm serious. I will resign if Michelle Obama is the nominee in 2024. That's how serious I am that this is not happening.
Yeah.
And anybody who says it is just saying it to get a reaction.
True.
Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it.
So you think Andy Ogles is just saying it to be a troll, or is he doing it to drum up fear of Republicans? Of you better be careful because if she runs, or what do you think? I mean, because he's saying that for some reason, and I don't believe it's because he thinks that she's going to come out of retirement, so to speak. Everything you hear about her is she loves the life that she lives. You really think she wants to do the grind of the presidency? And, oh, by the way, work longer days than what Joe does?
She has said that 8 years that they were in the White House took a huge toll on their family, and that they're not going to put themselves through that again.
Yeah. And look, I don't think it's a physical grind, but I do think it is beyond stressful and mentally taxing. I mean, we've seen the pictures, even on both sides, Bush and Obama. Look at Bush's hair and Obama's hair, and I get it. People, they age and get gray hair or their hair falls out. I mean, look at me. I'm 40. I've got no hair. But, look at when George Bush got elected. Look at Bush. Perfect comparison. Look at Bush when he's doing the first pitch at Yankee Stadium after 9/11. And then look at him as he begins his second term in 2004, 2005. I mean, he looked like in 3 or 4 years he aged 3 decades.
It's true.
Same thing with Obama.
Yeah. All the speculating just to fill time on these cable news stations. That's all I'm saying.
By the way, Condoleezza Rice,
Yeah.
just within the past, 5 days, has come out. They keep asking her, would she ever consider being a Veep under Trump?
Mm-hmm.
And we know what she has been a never Trumper, and she's obviously very friendly with the Bush family out in Stanford. But she again said, nope. Her people said, nope. Condi is not on the list. Won't even be at the the convention.
Mm-hmm.
RNC won't even be there. And nope, she's happy out west.
Good. I don't think MAGA wants her anyway.
Look, she would be fantastic.
You think so?
Yeah. Because it's like bring up Game of Thrones. It's
Another
almost
one
like
that loves war. Great.
I was just going to say,
Right.
another Bush
That's what we need.
Republican.
it's another one of those like Game of Thronesy thing where it's an arranged marriage between the old families or whatever because it's the Bushes and it's the swamp and right, and then you say, well, Trump, why would you step so closely to the swamp? You'll be sucked into the swamp. But it is fascinating to me to think about because she's highly respected, and she would definitely. You talk about what you call him, Gabby. My God, I'm blanking on her name. Tulsi.
Yeah.
You talk about Tulsi. She would pull in African Americans, but also conservatives like her, but also independents. Like she has a weird place where I think she would pull in people who might not necessarily.
Condoleezza Rice?
Yeah.
Oh God.
Could you see?
Yeah.
I could see Condoleezza in a total skeptical, speculating hypothetical scenario, fantasy world. I could see Condoleezza Rice taking the invite if it came from Nikki Haley.
Oh God.
I could see Condoleezza Rice and Nikki Haley together.
Two cheerleaders for war.
I know you're all vomiting in your mouths, but I'm saying that
2 peas in a pod.
What would if you thought? What would they do? What do you have to do to win? So this is why with Democrats will go, oh, yeah, that'll win. Yeah. But with us on this side, because I think we're more true to what we believe in. That's why you have vomit in your mouth right now.
Well, actually,
but just think about that for a second. Democrats would do anything to win. And so nothing's off the table, Greg Stocker.
I have a little bit of blood in my mouth because I ripped off a hangnail on my middle finger, and my finger's now bleeding like a...
Don't do that.
I know. Phil, Henry, give me a paper towel when you get a chance. I'm going to need to clot up here a little bit.
Clot up here? What is it? All
right, I got to bring him
wound?
If I bleed out here during the cut sheet, it was real, folks.
Here, put it up to the camera to see what we're...
It's the middle finger.
He's bleeding for you, America.
Put the middle finger up to the...
All right.
There you go. Let me see it. Can you zoom in, Phil?
Yeah. Can you zoom in? Yeah. Can we zoom out so we can get my lap and everything else that I love to
my lap
love to be showed on television?
It's not his trigger finger.
Here comes Henry with the paper towel. All right, let's continue with the cut sheet.
Thank you, Henry.
Thank you, Henry.
Henry with a pink hat on today. Huh?
I know.
Right? Is it a MAGA hat?
No, it's kind of like a golf look, like a pink golf hat.
Yeah.
Maybe no.
Yeah.
What does that say?
Come in here, Tom.
Yeah.
It's like my pink Trump hat that Susie Poole sent me and Pete.
Bethany Beach Breakers.
Oh.
It's solid. I like that. He's got the white little string across the top. That's coming back into fashion again, by the way. Yeah, hop in the camera for a minute. Look at that.
Look at that. Very nice.
Nice.
Yeah, is it pink or salmon?
Pink.
It's pink?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I got salmon shorts on. This is riveting radio, by the way.
I know. Sorry.
I'm giving the camera the bird. I'm bleeding. We're talking about a producer's hat.
It's exactly the top of the hour.
Back to Connie Rice, turning it down.
Any program director would call in and be like, what are you guys doing?
My old boss right now will be on the bat phone. Get back to content.
By the way, Biden is in Puglia, where I was for the Italy trip. I'm so jealous that they're there.
Really?
The G7. Yeah. It's gorgeous.
Does Joe know he's there?
No.
Kudos to, this is cut 5. Kudos to our own Phil Omquist for finding this story. This is amazing. A whistleblower that works for the Whole Foods Market Corporation wants to inform Americans about a new policy change that will allow Whole Foods to add food from the garbage back onto the shelves without the customer's knowledge.
my God.
Whole Foods calls this program the Code Green Trash Inspections. They claim it exists to help prevent waste. Here is, if you're watching right now on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, you can see this video. This is the training video that shows you this person literally going into the dumpster and them going through the trash. So you want to see this video, and then we'll describe it a little bit. Nick, if you want to describe it for the people who can't watch right now. Cut 5, Phil, go.
Our Code Green program has many benefits, including reducing waste and loss. During departmental trash inspections, store leadership may identify items that can be repurposed, like a usable pepper that can be given a second life in a salad.
Oh!
Code Green trash inspections can also show that production program has many benefits. Should be adjusted to help prevent waste.
Oh,
that's literally a dumpster.
Oh my God!
So we're dumpster diving for Whole Foods. Now I'll be honest. I've never stepped foot in a Whole Foods in my life, but I'm of the assumption that this is like a high-end grocery store, right? This is
Whole Foods.
Yeah, but it's like expensive to shop there, right? Compared to.
Have you never seen a Whole Foods?
No, I said I have.
Okay.
I've never shopped in one. I've never.
Oh, really?
I've never gone into one. So is this like the complete opposite of Aldi's, basically? If Aldi's is considered like the cheap grocery store, this is like the bougie high-end grocery store.
Yes.
And they're going through the dumpster.
They're going through the dumpster to prevent waste.
Yeah, see, this is another reason why. See, now I have no interest. Like, I'll just shop at Giant with the everyday man, and hopefully Giant's not doing the same thing as Whole Foods is. Really?
The video below is from their June On Point training that they all apparently had to complete. This video is publicly available online, and all team members are required to do this training. So the whistleblower who came forward says he can only assume, or she can only assume, that the management thinks this is appropriate. Posters for these trainings are plastered all over our back of the house area.
Well, I tell you what, the whistleblower industry is popping right now, is it not?
It is.
Airplanes, grocery stores. How long till this whistleblower gets whacked?
So they're going through the trash and saying, hey, look, we threw out this pepper. Let's bring it back and put it onto a salad.
Well, why would they? It doesn't make sense to me. Why would you then throw it away in the first place?
It's a good point.
It makes you wonder what we're doing at restaurants with leftovers that people don't take home. What are they doing with that? Are they throwing it in the trash? Are they reusing it? You know, you go to your favorite little Mexican restaurant and you have a bunch of rice that you didn't eat because you ate all the protein and you're full. Do they put the rice back in the bin?
Oh, God.
I don't know.
It's gross.
I'm calling foul on this story.
Uh-oh.
I think
that's from the training video.
Yeah, but I'm saying that it's probably that there's something afoul here. I'm just saying that they have something that maybe they put the fruit there and somebody has to go through it and it's still in a bag. I just don't think it's in the regular dumpster.
So Peter S. on the YouTube chat agrees with you. He says, no, they aren't going through the dumpster. They're looking at items that are scheduled to be tossed and have a second look to see if it could be used. But that video has a dumpster there.
Yeah.
And them over there, like, with the trash bag, saying, like, let's go through this again.
But these people exist, and my wife is one of them. I'll go through the refrigerator on a, 2 or 3 time a month basis and just see what is either legitimately expired, or I'm the kind of guy, like, if I get a green pepper or a cucumber and a week has gone by and I'm getting ready to go back to the grocery store and I'm taking inventory and making my list of what I need, I'll pull out like the produce from the crisper, and if it looks like it's somewhat questionable, I toss it. My wife, I mean, she'll leave blueberries in a fridge for 3 weeks and tell you they're still good.
My husband.
Yeah.
Is she Irish?
Of course she is.
See?
Yeah.
That's what it is.
It's the Irish in her.
And by the way, they can eat anything and they never get sick.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody else does.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
It's unbelievable. My wife gets sick with everything because she's got a sensitive stomach.
No, not my husband.
Yeah.
He could eat like the 2-year-old dog food and he'd be fine.
Oh, God.
I'm serious. It's amazing.
I'm going to play
it's
this.
A healthy gut.
It's only a 20-second video. I'm going to play it one more time, Phil, if you want to cue it back up again, because I hear what both of you guys are saying, that sometimes you have to read through the lines with this stuff, and you can't always don't get your news from Twitter. You know, I say that all the time. But there's a dumpster here.
Yeah.
So it's not like you're not taking a leap of faith by saying that this is from the dumpster.
Right.
Cut 5 again, one more
That's fair.
time. Phil, go.
Green program has many benefits,
including reducing waste and loss.
See, they're about to.
During departmental trash inspections, store leadership may identify items that can be repurposed, like a usable pepper that can be given a second life in a salad.
Oh,
Code Green trash inspections
I
can
get
also
what this
show.
is. I've got it figured out.
Okay.
That bag was not in the dumpster. That employee
Mm-hmm.
is walking out to get ready to drop it off. The boss there with the walkie-talkies like, code blue, we got a code blue. Bring out the green peppers now. We're all clear. And, the guy brings it out, and she's probably looking at it and saying, you know what, on second thought, put it back in the bag. We'll use it in today's batch. Or she's saying, all right, yeah, discard it. She's like the final arbiter of the judgment here. So
But it was in a trash bag with other trash. With other, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's not like they came out with a stuff, like a box of, like, produce and said, hey, what do you think about this? Should we toss it or try and use it again? It was in a trash bag with other trash.
Yeah. And this was a training video.
Yes.
This is another thing where we just got to stop with all these trainings within companies. All these. I'm going to go on a corporate rant here. All these suits just justifying their existence by doing dumb training that nobody wants to adhere to anyway. Just stop.
I say something.
Just sell peppers.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT, YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please hit the like and subscribe button if you're watching right now. Also, if you're listening on the Odyssey app, please hit the follow button. We're getting a lot of follows over the last couple of weeks, so please keep it going. It helps us tremendously. I get a little sheet at the end of the month. It shows how many follows, shows how many follows our competitors get, and I'm happy with what I see, but I want to keep it going. So please hit the follow button on the Odyssey app for 1210 WPHT. By the way, have you guys ever heard of time blindness?
Time blindness.
Time blindness. Dawn, we could use this for you. This is somebody who can never show up on time to anything. I'm kidding.
I'm always on time.
Oh boy, here we go.
We start at 6 a.m. Always on time. She knows I'm kidding. This person is upset that employers won't accommodate her time blindness. Basically, time blindness is somebody who shows up late to work.
And this person's upset that it's being met with resistance.
Yep. Cut one, Phil, go.
So I just got yelled at for asking a very reasonable question. So I'm applying to go somewhere, and I just wanted to know, are there accommodations for people who struggle with time blindness and being on time?
She looks like she was crying.
And then the person I was with interrupted and acted like I was asking something else. And then when we were done, they actually started yelling at me and saying that accommodations for time blindness doesn't exist. And if you struggle with being on time, you'll never be able to get a job.
Yeah.
Provided you're trying your absolute best.
Yeah.
And then they're like, your stupid generation wants to destroy the workplace.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think that a culture where workers are just cut off because they struggle with being on time when there's other solutions that we can look to, I think that just anybody who thinks it's okay to just treat people like that, that culture needs to be dismantled. And then I asked that person, how can you feel good about yourself upholding this kind of system? And then to think I'm entitled. No, if people think it's okay to treat others like this, that's entitlement.
Wow. First of all,
I know what mental illness looks like.
There's something for you can't. I'm worried now that if Joe Blow works for us and can never be here on time, that they can just claim time blindness and my hands are tied.
No, there's no hands tied. First of all, don't hire that person. Secondly, if somehow that slips through the crack, you fire them immediately. No, we work in shifts here. 6 to 10, 10 to noon, noon to 3, 3 to 7. I'm one of the most punctual people. I am. I'll never forget Phil Lomquist. You'll love this as a New York sports apologist. Remember Tom Coughlin was the coach of the Giants during the Andy Reid era, and he used to say, "Being on time is being late."
Yep.
You're not allowed to show up 5 minutes before our meeting. I want you there 15, 20, and that's the way I vote. I am obsessed with being punctual. My sister's the complete opposite. My sister always arrives fashionably late. That drives me insane. Family gatherings, holiday functions, photo things, always showing up at the last moment in a rush. If you can't get this is where I think just some people, life is too much for them. Like if it's too much of a requirement and too much of an ask for you to show up on time, I can't help you. I'm sorry. Like, and I don't subscribe to the I got a lot on my plate. Stop.
But do you understand what I'm saying, though? That if somebody in corporate America claims that they have "quote unquote" time blindness, and we don't, and
made up illness,
we as employers don't work with them on this, we could be sued, right?
No. The way I've never heard of this, so I was looking it up
because it's made up.
Well, there are a lot. Basically, what I'm reading into this is that it's basically ADHD. For some people, it's actually ADHD, so you can take medication. It all goes back to pharmaceutical companies, I guess. If you chronically lose track of time, they say that you could be on the spectrum of autism. You might have a little tism, or you might be on the spectrum of ADHD.
You know,
so there are all these sites that say staying aware of time, using it well, the scaffolding to help you stay on time, and da-da-da-da-da. So I don't know that you can say, well, I have ADHD, therefore, fill in the blank. I think the focus of this was that certain sets of people were having this issue, and they were trying to figure out how to help them to make sure that they can manage it's time management.
Yes.
Which schools teach.
Which even Andy Reid once struggled with. But here's the thing. You have a thing called a clock. You have a thing called a watch. And in today's generation, for a generation that can't put this device down that I'm holding in my hand right now, as soon as you tap your screen, what do you see? You see the time. How could you lose track of time when you're always on your phone?
Old man Dudley has the greatest thing. He says, Greg, you should claim time blindness when writing paychecks.
Yeah, see how well that goes. Exactly.
I was going to pay you every 2 weeks, but time blindness, and I you don't struggle with my truth. You don't recognize my truth, so therefore.
We are making a world where we're just creating excuses for you not to be held accountable and for you to be allowed to be inept. I'm sorry, no.
When I was an adjunct professor at LaSalle University,
and you actually taught this class, unlike Joe Biden at Penn, right?
No, yeah, I did. But one of the things that amazed me was that kids who, let's say, they live in the city of Philadelphia and they're 18 to 22, they had such great time management skills because they had to take so many buses to get in. Some of them were on the bus helping a younger sibling get to their school because, of course, Philadelphia, half the time, especially if you're in high school, you don't have a school bus.
I went to school on a school bus.
And then they would get to class, and they were amazing with time management. So the only thing I will say to this is that especially you think about SEPTA, school kids have to take SEPTA. They're forced to have this time management. I mean, not everybody, and there are a lot of people with multiple jobs. They don't have the luxury of living in a home or a nice apartment where they have parking and a car. And so the more you have to deal with, or maybe you have a bunch of kids and you're getting them out, or they don't have transportation. So to me, I think in a way it's a good story if you're saying, hey, learn time management.
Yeah, well, this reminds me of the girl that we played months ago that was having the meltdown on TikTok because she doesn't have time to go to the gym after work.
That's right.
I mean, I'm sorry. There's 24 hours in a day. A lot. You have time to post these videos. You can't get to work on time?
It's a great point. That's a great point. By the way, Mango Mush on the YouTube chat says, my dad always set the clocks 10 minutes fast. If you live by this, you will never be late.
Smart
was
approach.
His reasoning.
Yep.
But for her, it's more of an issue of privilege because I will bet you she doesn't take a bus to wherever she's going. So I want to put her on the bus stop early in the morning with the mom who's with her 3 kids and has to make sure they get to school on those buses, and then takes another bus connection, walks across, and has to realize the bus might be late or whatever, and now she's got to get to work.
Yep. Second grade teacher in, of all places, California, was arrested for being drunk in class. But this person is no longer facing charges because guess what? It is not illegal to teach a class drunk. Cut 12, Phil.
What?
This is the CBS 13 report out of Sacramento, California. Cut 12, Phil, go.
Yeah, so now we know that there are no criminal charges coming against that second grade teacher, but parents are concerned about what type of precedents this sets, that teachers can be in the classroom while intoxicated.
It is not illegal to teach drunk.
The shocking discovery after a months-long investigation into Sutter County second-grade teacher Wendy Munson, who was arrested last October for driving drunk and child endangerment.
There was the possibility that she drank after she arrived at the school.
That's why District Attorney Jennifer Dupre couldn't file any charges, even though investigators say the teacher was on the job with the blood alcohol content level 2 times the legal limit.
Any job, if you show up to work intoxicated, it's a fireable offense, I would imagine.
Consistent with most schools, New Estro Elementary is a drug and alcohol-free zone. The staff handbook stating that for violators of this, the board shall require termination when termination is required by law.
I certainly don't support anyone teaching children drunk, but I can't charge them criminally.
Dupre says there is also inconsistency in the law for child endangerment, saying it's a matter of proving the teacher would endanger versus may endanger the children.
And we couldn't prove that her intoxication would endanger them.
Parents think teachers should be held to a higher standard.
Being a school teacher is a little bit unique because parents are entrusting their children to a teacher and to the school.
But the law disagrees, leaving it up to districts to decide how to discipline.
So we tried because I don't like the conduct. It's not acceptable, but unfortunately it was not criminal.
Wow.
Okay, but there's two separate things in here. There's what's, illegal, and there's also what the policy of the school is. Like, do we have any information on whether or not she was actually fired?
No.
Because we know she's not charged.
So apparently, I'm just reading the report here. It looks like she's not listed on the school's website indicating that she was fired.
Yeah, I would presume you have to be fired. Yeah. My God. I mean, trust me, I give a lot of credit to some of these teachers. And so dealing with some of these kids in this generation, I would be drinking on the job. I'd have a flask right in my desk.
Should she have been? I mean, hey, you little bastard, come here!
Damn it! How much more do you expect me to take?
Aw, I've always felt bad for that bus driver.
So do I.
It's fun.
But yeah,
it's funny to listen to her talk, though.
I would, no doubt about it, I would fire her. Charging her? I mean, yeah, I would charge her too, but apparently well, go figure, Sacramento, it's California, so.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Can they be high? Can they?
That's a great that's a great question.
Medical marijuana.
Look, you can claim anxiety, and you can have a prescription for it, and it's just like, you know what I mean. So I presume that they could, right?
Yeah, I would also imagine that if this is not illegal in California, I would be willing to bet it's illegal in red states for sure. Like, there's no doubt in Florida that would not fly.
I don't know. Technically, they're saying this teacher, it's not against the law. I'm looking it up. The DA's office.
Would you hire her if she got fired and you were running another school and she tried to get back into, her profession as an educator? Would you hire her knowing that she was fired for being boozed up on the job?
Absolutely not.
Really?
No.
No second chance?
But she could claim addiction, and then you'd probably have to, right?
Yeah, I mean, if she goes to treatment and completes whatever rehabilitation,
the union will transfer her, Nick, to another district.
Yeah, Randy's got her back.
It really pisses me off.
Vice President Kamala Harris yesterday gave a speech for the Economic Opportunity for All, reaching out to the African American constituency, and she's now saying that we are now requiring that appraisers for homes have racial bias training before they are able to do the work.
What?
They need racial bias training.
You can't even get through it with a straight face. It's just so bad at this point.
Cut 8, Phil, go.
So what we have been doing as an administration to deal with this issue is to, one, acknowledge the truth about the disparity.
Look at the sign guy.
Yep.
And to seek out and identify the disparities and the built-in systems that still exist that create those obstacles to home ownership. And I'm going to talk about one in particular, racial bias in home appraisals. So we decided to take that on. Many of you may know the stories about a black family that wants to sell their home.
Oh, here we go.
And then has the appraiser come in, and the house is appraised for what they know is less than its value. And you probably know the stories about how they'll then reach out to family friends who are white and say, hey, will you all come over, bring your family pictures? We're going to take down ours, and you invite the appraiser. And the home appraises for higher value.
That's just,
so one of the issues
doesn't
that we are
happen.
taking on is this
They're
issue.
making issues out of things that are not happening.
Certainly not today, for sure. Right?
Here's the thing: is that there's an African American family that lives across the street from me. Their house is worth more than mine. You know why? Because it's bigger.
And it's got a new kitchen.
I mean, come on.
Because of kitchen magic, my gosh.
Thank you. I'm sure they did their work.
I could have
They're a
wrapped
great
up.
company.
I could have wrapped up that housing seminar in about 12 seconds. I would have said, "Hey, it don't matter if you're white, black, green, or purple. Nobody can afford to buy a home in this day and age." The
true.
end.
That's true. It's just I just hate making issues and pandering for nothing.
That's what they do. That's what they're doing. That's why they're. We didn't get to this yesterday. It was on the show sheet, and it's a great topic, and it's my fault for not getting to it. But we always have great conversations, so I'm not going to complain about it. They're now pandering with beers and birth control. Did you hear that story with Democrats with beer and birth control?
Yep.
They're basically. This is like I'm trying to think of what the analogy would be. It's like you can't spin your policy. You can't tout your successes. So you're doing everything you can to pander and buy votes. Student loan bailouts, beers and birth control. Oh, my God. Like, this is the presidency of the United States, and this is what they're campaigning on.
Bob Conrad on the YouTube chat says, I am a home appraiser. What she is saying is impossible. Jimmy Matthews says houses are appraised with comparisons within a 1 mile radius of houses sold, no more, no less. They're all 100% correct.
Mm-hmm.
This is not an issue.
No.
Now, was this an issue in the 50s and 60s?
Correct. That's what I was just saying.
Sure.
Yeah.
But it's just we're past this now.
Yeah.
Can we stop?
Yeah.
Can we stop with the victimhood and the pandering? More pandering.
That's all you got, man.
They're giving. They're going to give people free money. Right?
Mm-hmm.
20. What is it if you are a first-time home buyer now or something? You don't have the credit. This administration wants to give you $25K or something.
Yes.
To like.
Let's bring back memories of 2008.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yep.
We're going to start the housing crisis all over again. Cut 9, Phil. Go.
We are also giving for people who are the first generation in their family to seek to buy a home, $25,000 grants for startup capital to actually be able to pay down
Free stuff. Money.
on home ownership. $25,000 if you are first or you are the generation that is the first in your family.
How do you prove that?
To
exactly
be able to buy a home. The other thing we are doing is for a certain tranche of folks, helping them first-time homeowners, $400 a month in credits toward paying your mortgage. And these issues are exactly the kind of issues that when you address them, make a huge difference in terms of who's able to buy a home.
All about artificially creating a market that really doesn't exist, and then it will crash and burn, and we're left to pick up the tab. It's all nonsense.
And it's just started, so it's just starting here in Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Election year.
Pennsylvania homebuyer, first-time homebuyer grants,
Mm-hmm.
loan options.
It's a bad idea. I'm telling you guys it's a bad idea because people are just not going to, they're going to be like, well, we get this free cash to do it. We can, make ends meet with that. And then their house, in a couple of years when they can't afford to make the mortgage payments again, it gets foreclosed on and then,
Yeah. How did all that COVID money pan out a couple of years ago?
So you can get an HFO preferred loan, 30-year fixed-rate mortgage, flexible underwriting guidelines, 3% down is the required payment. 3% down.
Well, don't you get if you go under a certain thing, they put you on some sort of a there's like an insurance thing you have to buy, right? With it, it's called I forget what it's called, but
So let's see here. I'm doing the calculator here. If a
The homestead program.
$650,000 house, 3% down is 19. You could probably get close to a $750,000 house. That would probably at 3% would probably get you close to $25,000.
Yeah.
And you could so now you can buy a home for $750,000 because they're going to give you 25 G's, and then, oh, by the way, you're eventually not going to be able to pay your mortgage.
But there's a housing assistance program, the Keystone Advantage, here in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Interest-free second mortgage must be repaid over 10 years. It allows you to borrow up to 4% of the market or appraised value of your home, whichever is less, but the total you can borrow is capped at $6,000. That's a Keystone Advantage.
Yeah, PMI insurance, everybody is, yes.
Yeah, PMI, thank you. Think of it.
One more, and then we'll break and get to Sean. Vice President Harris brags about student debt forgiveness. She says debt holds people back from getting ahead.
So debt is probably one of the biggest issues that holds people back in our country. And
imagine that. Imagine if you spend a lot of money and you're like, oops, I guess I can't get ahead because I'm $10,000 in debt.
Right. And I owe, so I borrowed $10,000 at 27%, and I'm just going to keep getting nickel and dimed on the interest. Yeah, these people just don't get it.
We're rewarding people who are fiscally irresponsible.
That's correct.
Like, why are we doing that? Mm-hmm. Why do we reward the worst in society?
Because it's equity, Gregory. Nobody should be left. Remember, we all don't start in the same place, but we all should end up in the same place. That is the essence of equity.
No,
we all should have $1 million homes, Greg.
I'm not even talking about equity. It's the white kids too who go into who study the theory of art at Harvard University and have $120,000 in debt and can't get a job. Mm-hmm. It's those fiscally irresponsible people too. Like, what are we doing?
Mm-hmm.
It's just ridiculous.
A lot of dumb decisions.
All right.
But as Jim Clyburn would say, you're not going to have to pay for it. Nobody's going to pay for it. It just goes away.
Free money.
Free money. Just disappears.
By the way, how can the Republicans, how can they run against free money? It's really hard to do. It's really hard to do. When you're giving stuff away for free, just saying.
I know.
All right, we should break.
All right, coming up next, our buddy Sean Farish will join us, and we'll get Sean's thoughts as well as Donald Trump's thoughts on a lot of different issues in the headlines this week. Kayal and Company, and we are back after this.
If you're tired of your old kitchen or bathroom, you need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. And yes, with a new vanity and tub shower conversion, you're going to love that new bathroom. Plus, they offer an industry-leading warranty. By the way, Kitchen Magic is the 10-year recipient of the Lehigh Valley's top workplaces. Right now, Kitchen Magic is offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel. Just get your free in-home consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. Put this free in-home consultation on the calendar with Kitchen Magic. KitchenMagic.com. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. The ugly truth is when you buy a timeshare, you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? The crazy thing is, this never ends. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. Call 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
This is the best time of the year for being outdoors, but not if your knees, shoulders, back, or hips are hurting you. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Don't suffer any longer. Non-surgical joint pain relief is here at QC Kinetics. Call my friends at QC Kinetics today. QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. I'm talking lasting joint pain relief. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime. QC Kinetics advanced treatments harness your body's own ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. So, you can walk, run, hike, play golf, move again, play Frisbee on the beach, pain-free. Under the leadership of former orthopedic surgeon Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, a true pioneer in regenerative medicine, QC Kinetics has enabled tens of thousands of patients to reclaim their mobility. Call now. QC Kinetics 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. Get a free consultation. 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized. With help from Beacon, I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Well, that's all right, Mama. That's all right for you. That's all right, Mama. Just any way you do it, that's all right. That's all right. That's all right, Mama. Any way you do.
It's Kayal and Company, 8:34 Thursday morning here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. You can always get us on the free Odyssey app and watch the show live on YouTube as we welcome in the 45th President of the United States and hopefully the 47th, Donald J. Trump, the day before his birthday. Mr. President, good morning. How are you, sir?
Well, we're doing very well. It's my birthday eve, and I'm turning 23 tomorrow. We're very happy about it. And actually, we're not 23 because then the left is going to take me off the ballot, say he's too young to be president. He's too young to be president. You know, I'm, quite frankly, you said I'm the 45th, hopefully the 47th, but you left out a few adjectives. How about favorite president, most handsome president? Outlaw president. Everybody knows that too. The outlaw. We're the outlaw. Your choice is very simple in 2024. You could either vote for me, the outlaw president, or Crooked Joe, the Pampers president. We understand what he is. He's the Pampers president. And we are 14 days where that's it. We're 2 weeks. We're 2 weeks away from the debate. And I know he's going to poop. So we're going to come here with a mask. We're going to have a huge thing. And at some point in time, we're going to invoke, just like the people in Normandy, we're going to invoke Leonard Skinner. That smell. Can't you smell that smell? What the hell is that? The smell of it surrounds you. You understand that? And we're saying, what is this? This is poop. What's happening here? And Jake Tapper is probably not going to let me say that because he's the moderator, CNN debate fake news, but we're going to do it anyway. But we're having a very good time. Tomorrow's my birthday. It's also Flag Day, which is not a coincidence. It happened on purpose. And we're going to do very well, and we're looking to do well. Pennsylvania looks tremendous, and you're also doing a fantastic job. Believe me, you're doing very well.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Donald Trump is joining us. I want to get your thoughts right out of the gate here. Hunter Biden, the guilty verdict. They debated and deliberated for about 3 hours total over the course of 2 days, and they convicted him on all 3 counts. Your thoughts on Hunter Biden, now also a convicted felon?
Well, they got him on the wrong charges. I can tell you that. They got him on the wrong charges. You want to say that he lied on a background check form, that's fine. But what the court actually proved is that Hunter Biden is not just a convicted felon, but he's also a convicted crackhead. You see this? The only reason why he has the conviction in the first place is because he was doing drugs and he was filling out the form and he lied. And this is something that happens with Crooked Joe. He lies a lot. I can tell you that. And the entire Biden family, they lie a lot. Crooked Joe says he's not going to pardon Hunter. He says he's not going to do it, but he's also said a lot of other things, if you could remember. He says that this is Crooked Joe, by the way, raised in the Jewish synagogues of the Puerto Rican community, marching with Nelson Mandela. Could you believe that? He marched with Nelson, and he got arrested with Nelson Mandela. He also represented Greeks in a tractor trailer, driving it over the bridge in Maryland with no rail lines while sitting on an Amtrak train searching for his Uncle Brosie, who was eaten by cannibals, when everybody knows Uncle Brosie was eaten by Stacey Abrams. Everybody knows that. And so, this is not breaking news. That's Sleepy Joe Biden and the Bidens lie. So I would anticipate seeing convicted crackhead Hunter Biden pardoned or commuted or something because he wouldn't last a day. I can tell you that. He wouldn't last a day. And I would last a lot of days. If they put me in jail, I'd last a lot of days. We would have in the jail, if they put me there, I would teach everybody to have the strongest hands in the history of the world. I've got big, beautiful hands, and we're going to make sure nobody drops that soap in my cell block. It's not going to happen. We're going to keep everybody safe. Hunter wouldn't last a day, but I would do very well. That much I can tell you.
Speaking of Hunter Biden and you possibly winning re-election, if you did, would you yourself pardon Hunter Biden? And a lot of people are discussing that as a political strategy and that it would come off well to America. Is that something that you would consider, Mr. President?
No, we're not going to do that. No, we're never going to do that. We're not going to pardon Hunter. We're going to let him sit. We're going to see what happens. And maybe down the road we could feel sorry, but it's if he's in jail. He's probably not going. Let's be honest. He's probably not going to jail. Although Crooked Joe is such a bad father, he'd probably let him go to jail. You know that? If that was my son, I would say this right now. If that was my son, I'd pardon him in a heartbeat because I take care of my family. Crooked Joe hates his kid. He hates Hunter. He does. He hates him because he's a liability. Look at the laptop from hell. And it should have cost him 2020, but that was rigged and a scam. But you see what's happening with Hunter. Crooked Joe hates him. He's a liability. It would be better off, probably, if Hunter was in jail in solitary, like the January 6th hostages. If he was in jail and they kept him quiet, and all of a sudden that problem solves itself. Crooked Joe doesn't want him out. Crooked Joe wants him in. And that's why he probably is going to suggest jail time, say, look, the system is fair. No, Crooked Joe wants that liability. It's like insurance. They put him in solitary. Now Hunter can't hurt you. So Crooked Joe hates him. He's a terrible father. I could say that. He's a horrible father. A lot of people will call him a deadbeat dad. Father's Day is coming. He's not celebrating. He's a deadbeat. And Crooked Joe is the dad joke. He's the joke of all dads. He's a terrible person. I would have helped any of my family members if they were in this problem, and I'm not ashamed to say that. Crooked Joe is a horrible father and a horrible president, and that's why his son might rot in prison, and he's probably going to like it. I can tell you that.
Donald Trump is joining us here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. I want to stay here locally in Pennsylvania. A couple of polling numbers. Pennsylvania voters, 49% agree with your conviction, but still will vote for you, and you still lead in the polls by 2 points over Joe. And also a Pennsylvania poll on comparing presidencies between you and your rival Joe Biden, where the question was, were you and your family better off under Donald Trump or Joe Biden as a Pennsylvania resident? 53% say they were better off with you. 44% say Joe Biden. I got to imagine you're feeling pretty good, pretty comfortable right now about where you stand here in the state of Pennsylvania.
Well, we're very happy with Pennsylvania. We do very well there. We did very well the first time. We did very well the second time, and a lot of things happened that shouldn't have happened, and they're not going to happen again, and we're not going to let it happen. But we're very happy with Pennsylvania. Look at the numbers. Now, there are people who agree with the conviction. I don't know what the hell's going on there. But if they vote for me, that's all that counts. Whether they think I'm guilty or not guilty, or it's rigged or a scam or not, a vote is a vote, and we're very happy with those votes. And we have the great Scott Pressler. He's in Bucks County. He's about to flip it. It's incredible. He's about to flip it. The registered Republicans are catching up. They're doing very well. And a lot of people in Pennsylvania understand. You see, Philadelphia, a lot of people think I'm not popular in Philly because they booed. They booed all over the place, but they boo everybody. And they boo the people that they like the most. You know, you could just ask the Eagles, who John Fetterman says are better than the Eagles. And he just got into a car accident. And we're very happy that he's doing okay. Yeah. Got into a car accident. You know, everybody thought that John Fetterman's term as a senator was going to be a train wreck, and it actually hasn't been so bad ever since we stopped hearing from that crazy wife of his. You know, we stopped hearing from her all of a sudden. John Fetterman's making sense. It's like he got smarter after the stroke, but it wasn't the stroke. It was when he put her away. He got a lot smarter. So we're very happy about that. She's woke and crazy, and he used to be woke and crazy. Now he's just less woke and a little less crazy. But you see, Pennsylvania, we're doing very well in Pennsylvania. We're going to do very well there. A lot of people are doing a great job. You're doing a great job. And we're very excited about Pennsylvania, the Keystone State. It's a great state. We do very well.
Let's get to the border. More drama at the southern border. A lot of window dressing in the last week, but the reality is the border is still a crisis. And now this past week, the last few days, we've got this story about ISIS infiltrating America through the southern border. They've been found in Los Angeles, in New York, and here in Philadelphia. I mean, point blank period, Mr. President. This doesn't happen if you're still in office.
When I was your president, we had no ISIS. When I was your president, we took care of ISIS. Remember, on one evening, we had a very good time. And then the next day at a press conference, we had an even better time. We took out the founder and leader of ISIS, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. And we said, and we told the entire world, everybody knows it, he died like a dog, and not a beautiful dog. He died like a horrible dog. He died a worse death, quite frankly, than Kristi Noem's dog. And we're probably not supposed to say that, but we said it. And we could have sent him to Christie's house and said, here's a dog. She would have shot him. It would have been great. Would have been very quick. Probably would have been painless. But you look at it, and we like Kristi Noem, but she shouldn't have done that. Let's be honest. She shouldn't have done that. But we took him out, and we took out ISIS. We cleaned it up. Now they're in our country because the border's wide open, because Crooked Joe is, he doesn't care. He wants people to get hurt. He's going to hurt people. These are bad hombres that are coming across, and some of them aren't even hombres. They're other words, but these are bad people. These are sick people. These are drug dealers and criminals and rapists and thugs and gang leaders and terrible people that are coming across. These are not beautiful people. These are terrible people. When I was your president, anybody who crossed, even if they were illegal, was a beautiful person. We only let the nice people in. We didn't let bad people in. Crooked Joe is letting the bad people. These are bad, sick hombres that are coming in, and we have to fix it, and we're going to fix it. Beautiful wall is going to be built. It's going to be tremendous. And Mexico's still going to pay for it. A lot of people don't realize it. They're still going to pay. We're going to make them pay, believe me.
Donald Trump joining us here, as he does every week, on Kayal and Company. Speaking of Crooked Joe Biden, I'm not sure what I witnessed this past week for a Juneteenth concert, and it's not even Juneteenth. It was like June 11th, as everybody is dancing and Joe is frozen. I've seen you dance at rallies. You can break it down and bust a move on stage. Yet you had Joe, Kamala, Doug Emhoff. They were dancing at this Juneteenth concert. The big guy looked frozen. He was hardly moving. Why is it that Joe seems so uncomfortable in a black crowd, which is really remarkable because he claims he was raised in the black church, yet, Mr. Trump, you roll into the Bronx and you fit right in.
Well, the street loves me. I have a lot of what's called street cred. We're very popular in what a lot of people call the hood. We love the hood. They're fantastic people. Hood rats for Trump. We love that. There's a lot of people who love doing that, too. And you look at this, Crooked Joe in a black crowd, it's really terrible. You look at him. He was frozen. And you talk about my moves. I have great moves. They say that Donald Trump could really cut a rug. He cuts the rug. It's incredible. It's incredible. He's doing a fantastic job. Joe Biden was there. He wasn't cutting the rug. He was cutting the cheese. You saw that. He was, slipping one. He was doing what the great George Carlin and a lot of other people call the one-cheek sneak. That's what was happening. He was trying to make sure nobody heard it. And the guy next to him, you could see the guy next to him, who a lot of people say that was George Floyd's brother. I'm not sure about that, but I heard a lot of people say it. That's what a lot of people are telling me. The guy next to him, after Joe did a one-cheek sneak, he leaned over and he said, "Was that you, Joe?" And Joe leans over and gives him a pound and says, "That was me." Was that a good one? Was that a bad one? So you see, he's cutting the cheese when everybody else is cutting the rug. This guy's a terrible person, and we're going to beat him, and we're going to beat him bigly. It's going to be incredible.
I'm going to have to steal that from you, Mr. President, because Jason Kelsey retired, so I'm not sure that the Eagles can do the tush push, but maybe the one-cheek sneak will be the thing this year that gets us to the Super Bowl. Donald Trump joining us. Speaking of competition, nothing more American on the 4th of July than the Nathan's hot dog eating contest. And Joey Chestnut, who has now gone vegan, he's taken a page out of the Greg Stocker playbook, has been disqualified. Do you have any recommendations or suggestions on maybe who could fill the void of Mr. Chestnut?
Well, there's not a lot of people who know what happened. So the vegan hot dogs, that's what he did. He's eating the plant-based meat, which is ridiculous. Quite frankly, it's disgusting. But you look at it, Joey Chestnut, and we said this a long time ago, we're way ahead of it. We're always way ahead of it. Trumpstadamus, it's incredible. But think about this, okay? We said it a long time ago, a couple of months. It was still winter. It was still very cold, colder than the courtroom in New York City that was kept warm by the walrus. That's Alvin Bragg. I call him the walrus, cuckoo. He's got the thunder thighs. He was rubbing them. It kept the courtroom very warm. That's what set the guy on fire, too. A lot of friction, and he went right up in flames. Terrible. But you see what happened with Joey Chestnut, and I knew him well, and I used to think he was a great person. Now I don't think so. But he was actually defeated. He didn't want to compete. It's not about vegan hot dogs. He didn't want to compete. There's a new Nathan's hot dog eating champion, and we told you who it was. It's Fannie Willis. Okay, it's Fannie Willis because she had Nathan Wade. And I could tell you this, and a lot of other people could tell you this too. Fannie could probably tell you this too. Nobody eats Nathan's hot dog like Fannie Willis, and she's done it a lot, from what I understand. And she learned a trick or two from Nikki Haley in the Escalade. We know what's happening there too. The Escapade. It's called the Escapade in the Escalade. And we don't want to talk about it. But Fannie Willis, the new Nathan's hot dog eating champion, that's why Joey Chestnut is gone. So Fat Fannie, Frumpy Fannie, whatever you want to call her, is the new Nathan's hot dog eating champion. Joey Chestnut rides off into the sunset with his vegan hot dogs. He's finally been defeated by a district attorney from Fulton County, a crooked one, might I add, who's getting removed. But Fannie Willis, that's what happened. The new Nathan's hot dog eating champion. We told you that was coming. Right about everything yet again.
Mr. Trump, last one for you, as I know you've got a very busy schedule. I'll be playing one of your courses on one of your properties tomorrow here in Philadelphia, Trump National, just across the bridge in New Jersey. I know it's your birthday. It's Flag Day. I'm going to be playing your course. Any tips on having a good round on Friday afternoon?
Well, here's the first tip, because I heard something about you. You sprained your ankle playing golf one time.
I did, yes, sir.
And let's not do that again. It's very hard to do that. I've never done that. Yeah. It's incredible. I've never done that, but let's not do that. But you know that I'm very good at golf, and I almost invented the sport. As a matter of fact, I did very well with Scotland. They're very good people. The kilt, they wanted me to wear one. I said, we're not going to do it. But I'm thinking maybe I'll do it, and then we can identify as a woman and be the first trans president to drive people crazy. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. But you have golf, and I do very well with golf. As a matter of fact, you know, the great Tiger Woods, I'm the one who taught him how to golf and gave him his name. He was born, his name was Eldrick. You understand that? I said, that's not going to work. I said, we're going to call him Tiger, and we're going to have a great golfer. I taught him everything. And I've done this before. You know, I got along very well with Egypt, you know, the great ancient Egypt, the Pharaoh. They call him Pharaoh. I call him King. They had King Tut, King Tutankhamun. His name was King Tutankhamun. And I said to these people, they were going to call him King Tut. I said, you don't want to do that. You want to call him King Tut. That sounds tougher. That sounds stronger. They were going to call him King Tut. I said, we already have a King Tut. His name is Crooked Joe. He's a King Tut. And we also have, because he goes in toots, he does tootin' with Putin. We also have Prince Tut. You know, Prince Tut, Eric Swalwell. I call him his flatulence. He ripped one. He ripped one on live television. But the Egyptians were going to call him King Tut. I said, you can't do that. Nobody's going to take him seriously. You can't do that. You want to be King Tut, King Tut. And they said, oh, that's a fantastic thing. And so that's why he's King Tut and not King Tut. That's why Tiger Woods is Tiger and not Eldrick. And I know a lot about golf. I know a lot about a lot. When you look at it, nobody knows more than I do. So I wish you the greatest round of golf, Trump, Philadelphia. Do very well. Walking boot, maybe. Keep that ankle safe. But you're doing a tremendous job. And I think you're going to have a fantastic round. I think you will.
All right. Thank you very much.
Woo.
Donald J. Trump joining us
Love
here
you.
on Kayal and Company. That is our buddy Sean Farish. Sean, let's have you stick around, come back, kick off the 9 o'clock hour. I want to get your thoughts on all of the issues that have broken out this week and get your own personal opinion. We'll do that as we continue. 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Styles CFO Services. Styles CFO Services offers a full suite of accounting and financial services to help transform your company, big or small. Visit stylescfo.com for your free 21-point assessment. Every organization needs a financial leader. Let Styles CFO Services be yours. More with Sean Farish on the other side. Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As we enjoy all this beautiful summer-like weather, really this is the best time for being outdoors, but not if your knees, shoulders, back, or maybe your hips are just aching. You're hurting. Don't suffer any longer. Non-surgical joint pain relief is here. Thanks to my friends at QC Kinetics. Call them today. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. And I'm talking lasting joint pain relief. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime. QC Kinetics advanced treatments actually harness your own body's ability to restore and repair that damaged joint tissue so that you can do everything you love to do, mostly moving again. So whether it's playing golf, playing Frisbee on the beach, walk, run, whatever it is, you're going to be feeling good thanks to QC Kinetics, which is under the leadership of former orthopedic surgeon Dr. Mitchell Shinecup, a true pioneer in this field of regenerative medicine. They have advanced protocols enabling tens of thousands of patients to reclaim their mobility. Stop putting this off. Take action. Call QC Kinetics now, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. Call QC Kinetics, get that free consultation, put it on the calendar, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because when people don't have to worry about where their next meal is coming from, they can truly thrive, like Marta.
And now we'll hear from our class valedictorian, who with our hard work never ceases to amaze us. Please welcome Marta Moreno.
And Alex.
Hey, Alex, how did the interview go?
I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
I knew it. Let's meet up later to celebrate.
And Diego.
Mom! I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow. feedingamerica.org/actnow. A public service announcement brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
I want to tell you about my friend, my dentist, and the master of dental implants, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. If you're getting ready for a special event, don't forget your smile, because it's going to be in all the pictures. Get your smile special occasion ready by making an appointment with Dr. Mike today. I've been telling you about Dr. Mike for years. My entire family goes to Dr. Veneria because the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his staff delivers to every patient is unmatched. He's been delivering results that surpass expectations, and that has made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. So if you've been on the fence about getting that dental procedure done, give Dr. Veneria a call. I promise you won't be disappointed. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, schedule your free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Here at Total Wine & More, our amazing selection means you'll always
love what you find.
Dad, what are you doing here?
Just getting a sneak peek at my Father's Day gifts.
Well, I was thinking of getting you this Barrel Select bourbon.
That's a really nice bottle.
And Total Wine has it at the totally lowest price.
Wow. You always were my favorite.
Thanks, Dad.
Talking to the bourbon, sweetie.
Find what you love what you find. Like the perfect gift for Dad at the perfect price. Only at Total Wine & More.
And drink responsibly. B21.
It's one thing falling in love with a house, picturing yourself moving in and calling it home, and quite another navigating the world of price negotiating, mortgage lenders, and finding the budget that works best for you. An agent who's a Realtor can make understanding that world easier. Realtors have the expertise, access to proprietary data, and tools to help you get from imagining living somewhere to actually doing it. That's the kind of help we can provide. Because that's who we are. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors.
A tasty new game is coming your way. Test your skills in Kirby's Quick Run at Tastykake.com. Help Kirby the Crimpet collect all of the Tasty Cake treats. Play now to enter our sweepstakes for a chance to win exclusive prizes. Increase your chances of winning by playing every day. And don't forget to celebrate National Crimpet Day on July 7th by snagging some limited edition confetti crimpets in stores now. Tasty Cake, accept no substitutes.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000. I tried to make payments.
The IRS wasn't satisfied with Eric's efforts, so they came after him full force.
They're coming to put a lien and a hold on all my income, my home, my car. I was just overwhelmed at what to do.
Then Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like, 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, and their team of expert tax professionals took care of Eric's problem.
I owe $15,000, and now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Take Eric's advice.
If you have a tax problem, you need to call Optima Tax now.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Summer savings at Hessert Chevrolet. We're rolling out incredible savings on top Chevy models, Silverado and Trailblazer. Drive home a new 2024 Silverado with 1.9 APR for 72 months, up to $4,500 off MSRP, or a 2024 Trailblazer for $299 per month for 36 months. Don't miss out on these special offers here at Hessert Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Visit HessertChevrolet.com today.
Your way or no way at Hessert Chevrolet.
Xfinity fireworks shows at Citizens Bank Park are always a blast. Don't miss out on Thursday, June 27th and Friday, June 28th, both at 6:20 when the Phils face the Marlins. Grab tickets now at Phillies.com. The West heads east on Monday, June 17th and Tuesday, June 18th, both at 6:40, and Wednesday, June 19th at 1:05 when the Padres visit the Phils at Citizens Bank Park. Get tickets now at Phillies.com.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to Work Money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
Get slimmer for the summer by losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to njdiet.com. Get ready for spring with njdiet.com.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
I just got your letter, baby. Too bad you can't come home. I swear I'm going crazy, sitting here all alone.
Kayal and Company as we continue. Happy Thursday, 9:01. Fourth and final hour underway. Father's Day fast approaching. Sean Farish is with us a day earlier. We just had about 20 minutes of nonstop laughs. I actually just toweled off during the break. I'm dry, I'm refocused, and I'm ready to go. Sean, I'm going to get your thoughts on a lot of the issues that we've been talking about this morning from your vantage point. I want to start with the Hunter Biden verdict. A lot of interesting opinions about, smoke screens and how the bigger fish to fry is the Biden crime family, a lot of which I agree with. But I was a little surprised to see so many people, conservative social media influencers, so to speak, on Tuesday when the verdict came in, where basically people were yawning and like, oh, this is not that big of a deal, wake me up, blah, blah, blah. And I'm thinking, well, if Hunter Biden would have been acquitted, we all would have been shouting from the mountaintop. So what is your opinion on what happened, the way it played out, and where we are moving forward with not only the Bidens, but the Trump situation with all these cases and all the lawfare?
Well, I think the reason why a lot of people were yawning isn't necessarily that, maybe they thought he wasn't guilty. Obviously, Hunter was guilty of lying on the federal background check form, for firearms. And, there's also a lot of conservatives who think that form and that process in and of itself is a violation or an infringement on the Second Amendment. So, I think a lot of people were like, well, if this is what we're going after Hunter for, when all this other stuff is on the laptop, detailing all the crimes, if you want to call it that, bad misconduct and shady business dealings and corruption, but we're only going to go after him for the gun stuff. I think that's why people were less than pleased. Obviously, I believe Hunter is guilty of what he's been accused of here, lying on the background check form. And the silver lining for me was, well, now we know that the laptop, because it was used as evidence in a federal court case against Hunter Biden, now we know the laptop is legitimate. So why don't we go back into that laptop and look into the 10% for the big guy texts and phone calls and shady business meetings with Ukrainian energy companies and CEFC over in China and all of these other things. And here's the part that really, I think, kind of shows you where these cases are going with Hunter. They got him on the gun stuff. It gives the left the opportunity to say, look, the system is fair. Everything's good. We go after our own. Nobody's above the law, right? That gives them the opportunity to say that. Meanwhile, the real damning evidence and the real material that's bad for Hunter and the rest of the Bidens is sitting on that laptop. And the only reason why federal prosecutors, the Department of Justice, et cetera, is not going into all of that is because not because it implicates Joe Biden, but because it directly implicates Barack Obama. And that's all this is here to save, right? So Spygate, the cleanup operation after the dossier and all that went through, that was a cleanup operation to protect Barack Obama. It wasn't to protect Hillary. It wasn't to protect anybody else. It was to protect Obama, who Peter Strzok, Lisa Page, those texts told you he knew about everything that was going on. Remember the text, POTUS wants to know everything that we're doing, right? He was in the loop. In this Ukraine situation with the Burisma board, Hunter Biden on the board, the prosecutor that's looking into Burisma, Joe Biden shuts that down. No one's going to look into that because it implicates Barack Obama. And Joe Biden even told you that in that clip where he's bragging on stage. I told them they got 6 hours or they're not getting the billion. And the Ukrainian president said, you can't do that. You're not the president. And I said, call him. Meaning, if he put Barack Obama on the phone in that meeting, Obama would have said, yeah, Joe Biden has the right and he's doing the right thing to hold that $1 billion over your head. He knew all about it. And anything that threatens the left's sacred cow, their golden calf, Barack Obama, they're not going to touch. And so I think that's why a lot of people were upset. Not that Hunter Biden was found guilty here, because it's the correct finding. It's the correct ruling. It's the correct verdict. He lied on the background check form, said he wasn't addicted to drugs. He was smoking crack every day of the week and twice on Sunday. Everybody knows that because of the laptop and the pictures. But people are saying, well, if you're going to use the laptop and pictures to go after him for, a clerical error for all intents and purposes and a lie on a background check form, then we should probably use the laptop, which you're all authenticating now, to go after the real corruption that's on there, and they're not going to touch it. That's why I think people are kind of yawning at this verdict, because Joe Biden can pardon him, and everyone's like, oh, well, he said he wouldn't, right? But he said all those other things that we went through over there in the previous segment, and it's not the corruption, it's not the crime, it's not the stuff that we want to see action taken on. I want to see the corruption addressed, not, gun forms, right? But and now the left has the ability to say, look, the system's fair. We went after one of our own. So I think it is a smokescreen, 100%. I think it's a smokescreen.
Sean Farish with us. Want to get your thoughts on a story we talked about earlier this morning. Politico with a story out talking about, the way America and registered voters view Kamala Harris as a potential presidential candidate replacing Joe Biden at some point. And one of the damning numbers is she's actually polling lower than Joe is from a favorability standpoint, 42% to Joe's 43%. And we know Joe is now at an all-time low net approval rating of 37%. And I threw out the idea that Joe will run, Joe will be the nominee, and in the event Joe Biden wins, I could see a scenario where Joe passes off the baton to Kamala very early in the second term, maybe even in 2025, year number one. Could you see that happening? Could that be a plot that the Democrats have? Because we've talked a ton about Gavin Newsom. The Michelle Obama thing has been put to rest. Do you think that's in play? And where are you at with the concept of a switch later this summer?
Well, I thought that's what was going to happen in the first term, to be honest with you. I thought Biden was going to, if he won, he was going to pass some sort of meaningful legislation that, checked off a few ESG, DEI boxes, and then, right off into the sunset and give it to Kamala Harris. But she's so unlikable. I think the Democrats knew that if they just keep Joe in place and, even make him almost a sympathetic figure, he's just an old man. It's Grandpa Joe, he fell down again. How cool. Oh, wow. The Vatican, he probably shouldn't have crapped himself, but that's funny. Your grandpa does it too, right? So I thought that was going to happen in the first term. So I could definitely see it happening in the second term, especially like all the stuff that's going on with Joe now, where he's getting lost more frequently and it's like more obvious. Right. I mean, the scene outside that Juneteenth thing, I don't know what happened there. I mean, maybe he was doing a one cheek sneak. I have no idea, but he was literally frozen. I mean, frozen, like Madame Tussauds style, like wax figure. It was insane. So, this guy's not going to make it through another 4 years. But here's your problem. The Democrats have a likability issue. And the world hasn't even, the country hasn't even been fully exposed to Kamala Harris yet, right? So they would be smart to keep her under wraps until after the election and then make the switch, because there's nothing anybody can do about it. If it happens beforehand, she's going to get cooked. It's going to be bad, right, with Kamala. So, but I could see him passing the baton if he wins again. I thought he was going to do that in the first term. So I would say it's even more likely now in the second term.
want to get your thoughts.
If he wins, and I don't want him to win. Obviously, I don't think he's going to win. But if he does, I could see it happen.
Gotcha. Well, I want to get your thoughts on the vice president watch for Donald Trump. I know you're a big J.D. Vance guy. The New York Post with a story today with not one, not two, not three, but 4 different sources saying that Tim Scott is fallen down the list. He's still on the short list. He's still technically, quote, top 5 according to the story. But the presumptive front runner for many months, a lot of people thought was Tim Scott. We know that list has come out of Trump requesting financial records and documents. Right now, do you think that this is, if this report is true, is this now a 2-horse race between J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio?
I think it's more than 2 horses, but I would certainly hope J.D. Vance is up towards the front of that crowd. You know, I think Vance is somebody, and I think I've said this before, I think he's somebody, it's interesting, right, with this, and I see people kind of trying to do oppo on him, right? Oh, he said Donald Trump was Hitler, and he called him a Nazi. Like, I know that J.D. Vance used to hate Donald Trump. I know that. But that's okay to me, right? Because he came around, and he's doing a really good job now, which shows me that this is somebody who listens and keeps an open mind and has a level head and makes good decisions after realizing potentially that they may have made a bad decision, right? It also, for me, if you put him on the ticket, as an ability to he has an ability to campaign to say to people who don't like Trump, hey, I was like that once. I was where you are. You know, where you are at today, that was me 6 or 7 years ago. I used to hate the guy. Here's what helped me. And you can actually bring people in to the fold that way with a guy like Vance. You know, I think people knock him for his age. What is he, 39 years old? Mm-hmm. That's not a bad thing. This is not we're dealing with 2 presidents who are in their upper 70s or low 80s. I mean, this is not a bad thing that your potential, torch carrier after the fact is a younger man. You know, it's also not bad that he's, from the business world, served the country, right? He's got a great story, American dream. And it's also not a bad thing that he hasn't been in DC for a long time, right? Because there's less time to be compromised. Mm-hmm. I don't want some establishment person. I don't want a Rubio or a Scott. I don't want an Elise Stefanik. I think she's great in some aspects. She's a great fundraiser. But I don't want somebody who's been entrenched for a long time. I want a guy like a Vance or a Vivek to be high up in this administration, to keep that outsider vibe so that the influence of the swamp and the deep state is kind of cut off at the door. So that's why Vance is my guy. I certainly hope he's at the top of the short list, and we'll see what happens. I don't want a guy like Rubio. I don't want a guy like Scott. I mean, am I going to vote for Trump if he chooses them? Of course, right? Because I'm obviously not going to let Joe Biden win, but I want. And this is only if Donald Trump is thinking in these terms, right? Sure. Is his vice president the heir apparent, right? If not, if it's just Rubio is going to be in there because he wants to put Rubio in there, or Tim Scott in there because, whatever, he likes Tim Scott. He's worked well with him on opportunity zones, his first administration, whatever you want to do, fine. I look at it saying your VP in this term might be your heir apparent. And I want it to be a guy younger, more in tune with where, MAGA is now, like J.D. Vance versus a Scott or a Rubio.
Final one, Sean Ferris joining us as he does every week. We are now officially 2 weeks out from the debate. 14 days from tonight, June 27th, Trump and Biden as currently scheduled. Greg Stocker would say in the promotion business, cards subject to change, right? Like the wrestling pay-per-view, the matches might actually change before we get to fight night. Do you think this is actually going to go off as scheduled, or could something pop up here in the next 2 weeks?
I think it's going to go off. I think the Democrats want to basically wind up Joe and put him out on stage and see what happens, right? They're obviously going to cook up a good cocktail for him. Hopefully keeps him awake the entire time. But I think this is kind of his sink or swim moment. Now, look, it's June 27th is the debate. 7 days after that, I think, is the 4th of July, which would mark the 1-year anniversary of when they found cocaine in the White House. So I wouldn't doubt them finding more of it to get him prepped for this, prepped for this debate. And Hunter has to stay clean right now, apparently, with the court order and all that stuff. So if we do find it, it's definitely Joe's. And I think they're going to have to use something strong for this debate. But I do think it's going to go off. I do. And I'm interested to see if Joe Biden comes at Trump with the convicted felon line. Does Trump come back at Joe with, the Hunter's a convicted felon thing? And are they going to be able to hit that point? Hit the laptop if I'm Trump, now that the laptop has been, used as evidence. Oh, yeah. Hit it and say there's a whole hell of a lot more there. But I do think it's going to happen. I do think the debate's going to happen. And I think this is going to be part of, like, did they give Joe enough rope to hang himself, essentially? And we'll see. But I think the debate's definitely going to happen. I'm excited for it. I know I'll be watching it, and there'll probably be popcorn. So we'll see. I'm excited for it, though. I definitely think it's going to happen. I do think it's going to happen.
Sean, did you see the video of Biden at the Juneteenth celebration where he's drinking that orange drink?
I didn't see the orange drink. I saw the frozen video. I didn't know he was drinking an orange drink.
We were speculating what was in that orange drink. There was a lot of talk about maybe Metamucil or maybe some sort of like, cocktail or something that, kept him awake.
Well, hopefully it wasn't Dulcolax because he seems to have no problem doing that. So,
Yeah.
But I don't know. Maybe it was one of those like Imodium, one of those like that stops you up for a couple of days. Maybe that was what was in there. They can't, because he's been on like a pooping spree. Like he's like carpet bombing everywhere he goes.
He really is.
Like every time, like, he's Normandy. Then there was like at the White House, he froze and made the I'm pooping face. Like, it's getting kind of scary. So I don't know. Maybe they're trying to like seal the dam there for a little bit. Like, hey, the Hershey Highway has seen enough, Joe.
Yep.
I'm from Pennsylvania. Yeah, Hershey. I built it. Talked to Creator Chocolate. Yeah, like no. Shh. I don't know what was in there. Maybe something to perk him up. It didn't work.
No,
if he was drinking the orange drink before the freeze, that's Joe Biden, by the way, doing a Mitch McConnell impersonation where he just freezes. But yeah, seriously, it's true.
Yeah.
So but it didn't work. If that was beforehand, it didn't work. If anything, it made him. They got the dosage wrong. It looks like.
William Warner on the YouTube chat says Adderall. Maybe there was Adderall on there.
I think it's a lot stronger than Adderall. Maybe that's all that was in the orange drink that didn't work. But I can tell you what, before the debate, there's going to be something serious because that guy's going to. This is the guy who's going to. Come on, he's not going to last. No wonder why they got to sit at a table.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just ridiculous.
Double up the deep ends.
Yeah. Can you
That's
imagine?
right. Yep. The Pampers president. It's the Pampers president.
Great stuff as always, brother.
Sean.
Thank you very much, Sean Farish.
Thanks, guys.
We'll
You're
chat
the best.
very soon. There he is, Sean Farish, joining us, who says, Trump should go hard on the laptop. I actually think if Dawn was brought in for debate prep with Trump with the laptop, she would say this.
We want to hit that hard.
Right, we're going to hit the laptop hard.
It's amazing.
Exactly.
By the way, programming note, Sean will be in for me for a couple of days in July. So
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right.
Always good. He's always good. Part of the Kayal Company.
There you go. All right, quick break. We'll come back, get to the morning mystery movie clip and Dawn Stensland's Big 3 at 9 as we continue here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Fargo, the new virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Terms and conditions apply. Your mobile carrier's availability and message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. RAMP.com/250.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Crash-proof consumer Joe Doherty of Maple Shade, New Jersey, has true security in retirement.
The main foundation of crash-proof is that you maintain your capital investment. It's not prone to the vagaries of the market. You know that whether we have 2 crashes, 6 crashes, no matter how long you live, you know that your principal is safe and guaranteed. Anyone that has any doubts about whether their investments are going to fall or dip down and the troughs and the crashes and all the other vagaries of the market, I just recommend highly crash-proof retirement. Protect your capital, protect your investment.
Only crash-proof retirement can guarantee peace of mind in a legally binding recorded financial meeting. Schedule an appointment or register for the next Crash-Proof Retirement educational event at Downingtown Country Club on Tuesday, July 23rd. The event is followed by complimentary dinner. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 35 years, we've grown by offering our clients more offices, more lawyers, and recovering more than $20 billion. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Baseball season is heating up. With the free Odyssey app, you can get the most entertaining local coverage of your team while you're at work or on the go. Stay locked in and in the know with your favorite hosts as they bring you unfiltered takes, react to the latest team news, and talk to callers. Don't miss any of the action. Stream the shows you love live or on demand with the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. Download it today for free.
Don't let them silence you. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Well, a hard-headed woman, a soft-hearted man, been the cause of trouble ever since the world began. Oh yeah, ever since the world began. A hard-headed woman, been a thorn in the side of man. Adam told Eve, listen here to me. Don't you let me catch you messing around that apple tree.
921, Kayal and Company. Elvis Week continues. Almost there, Gregory. Almost there. 855-839-1210.
Surprised I haven't put a shotgun in my mouth yet.
Big three coming up in just a few moments. We'll get to what's on the cut sheet part 2, and then lastly we'll wrap with the Leah Thomas story. But before we get to all of that, let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now, can someone tell me why in 1975 we pulled our troops out of Vietnam?
The failure of Vietnamization to win popular support caused an ongoing erosion of confidence in the various American but illegal Saigon regimes.
Is she right? Because I know that's the popular version of what went on there. I know a lot of people like to believe that. I wish I could, but I was there. I wasn't here in a classroom, hoping I was right, thinking about it. I was up to my knees in rice paddies with guns, and then we're going up against Charlie, slugging it out with him, while like you, we're back here partying, putting headbands on, doing drugs, listening to the goddamn Beatle albums.
Hey, Professor, take it easy, will you? I mean, these kids, they were in grade school at the time. And me, I'm not a fighter. I'm a lover.
Think you know what it is? Be caller 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Oh, God, do I love that movie. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. If you can identify that great movie that came out on this day in 1986, you will get a 4-pack of tickets to see the Reading Phillies on Friday, July 5th. Oh, by the way, that's fireworks night. Woohoo! Caller 12, 855-839-1210. On this date in 1986, that movie came out, and it's one of my all-time favorites. We'll see if you can get that. And now, let's get to some of the news. It's time for a Dawn Stensland Big 3 at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Sponsored by Malvern Retreat House. Former President Donald J. Trump set to make a rare appearance in Washington, D.C. to lay out his second-term agenda to allies, Republican lawmakers, and he is expected to hold a news conference this afternoon as well, as he is continuing to galvanize the party, bring forth party unity before, of course, next month's big convention, and becoming the party's official GOP nominee. In Berks County, Trump's campaign opening a new outreach office in a heavily Latino Hispanic part of Reading, Pennsylvania. So Trump's campaign teaming up with the RNC and the Pennsylvania GOP to open a, quote, Latino Americans for Trump office in Reading.
Very smart. Very smart indeed. Now, this is what, the second, I believe, office? Because we have one here in Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
This one, they had a reverend who was opening. In other words, when they were opening the new outreach office, and he began with a prayer, everything, in Spanish, so Spanish, English. And this is the new office in Reading, Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yep.
So we got
Smart
that
move.
going on.
Mm-hmm.
Very smart. And so number 2 in our big 3, starting today, something new you cannot do in Wildwood. Backpacks now banned on the beach and the boardwalk. This starts today, by the way, from 8 p.m. this evening to 4 a.m., and that's through the summer. No backpacks, 8 p.m. to 4 a.m., beach or boardwalk. One of the new rules passed by city leaders just passed, which includes exceptions, of course, for things like baby bags, diaper bags, medical bags, small purses. So it's a little bit discretionary for police as they look at the backpack.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a little wiggle room in there, I guess you could say. Ocean City passed similar rules last year, which somewhat helped. Violence and disorderly conduct, as you know, made headlines since Memorial Day weekend, when, of course, Wildwood declared a state of emergency, shut down the boardwalk for hours. They've had a lot of violence, fights. Ocean City, they had that stabbing that injured a teenage boy. So officials hoping to prevent teens from sneaking alcohol or any kind of weapons into these areas. Violators will be warned first and then escorted by law enforcement or authorities to the nearest exit ramp.
Mm-hmm.
I should also mention this was going on as far as that vote yesterday afternoon. Earlier in the day, we saw local leaders, lawmakers, and police officials blaming, they had their own forum, if you will, their own meeting, blaming juvenile justice reforms enacted in recent years under the administration of Democrat and Governor Phil Murphy. They say created an atmosphere of lawlessness and disrespect for law enforcement among teenagers and young adults who feel there are no consequences for their behavior. So they're really pushing for parents to be held criminally and civilly in these types of situations.
Were you down the shore for Memorial Day weekend? Did you happen to notice a beefed up presence in police? Did you just take inventory or just say, wow, all of a sudden you notice more? Was anything that noticeable to you?
Not overlap. Well, Wildwood, less police. Ocean City, there are cops everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Everywhere. I don't even know how they hire all that law enforcement. They're everywhere, on the boardwalk and just off the boardwalk. And then they close off the beach, the entrances to the beach, because they want people off the beach. And so Ocean City, the police presence is unbelievable. They hire all the extras for the summer. And then in Wildwood, I didn't see as much of a police presence, but I did not see a difference from last year, to be honest.
Okay.
As far as the policing.
Yeah.
I think it's one of those things we talk about, the tools in the toolbox. I think the police, are meeting with the officials saying, here's what we need. Here's what we need to be able to do our jobs. And essentially they're looking for loopholes in these laws that they have to do the work around, basically.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
So we got that one going on. If the Jersey Shore is not your thing, what about the Poconos? So many, maybe some of us here love the Poconos, and a lot of New Yorkers. That's the big thing. We've seen so many New Yorkers summering in the Poconos. And that brings us to former Congressman George Santos. He's currently facing federal and fraud charges, and he had to go to court to be allowed to vacation this summer in the Poconos. So a judge has granted his request to make excursions in the Poconos.
I should have asked Sean Farish about that because he's always got a thought on Santos. I didn't even know about this.
So he can make weekly. Apparently he loves the Poconos.
Okay,
and he's allowed now, according to the judge, because he has travel restrictions under a condition of his release as he awaits trial, and so he's allowed to move within New York City, Long Island, D.C., as well as some other trips, according to the court records. But I had seen there, yes, they cleared him to visit the Poconos because he wanted to make weekly trips, I guess on the weekends during this summer, without submitting frequent travel requests to the judge.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't have where in the Poconos. It's the general area.
Yeah, the general. That's a pretty big general area, right?
Right?
Yeah.
So maybe some people we might know might run into him.
Oh, boy.
Uh-oh.
If I do, I'll let you guys know.
Greg's going to see him, and he's going to be like,
stop disgusting up our country if you don't want to be
Disgusting.
here. Exactly.
Well, we are sponsored by Malvern Retreat House. Maybe Santos needs this. Visit Malvern Retreat House, the nation's largest Catholic retreat house located in Chester County. Malvern Retreat House hosting men's and women's retreats, couples retreats, spiritual direction, recovery retreats, and so much more. Retreat from the noise. Hear God's voice at malvernretreat.com. Thank you, Malvern Retreat House, for sponsoring our Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. We have our Morning Mystery movie clip winner on the line. We have Terrence in Percy. Terrence, good morning. What movie did we just play for you?
Back to School with Rodney Dangerfield.
That is correct. Say it one more time, Terrence. Say it.
Back to School with Rodney Dangerfield.
Yes, along with Sam Kinison. Congratulations. You've got the 4-pack for Reading Phillies tickets coming up Friday, July 5th.
Thank you so much.
You got it. Terrence in Percy, our winner.
I had always heard that Sam Kinison ad-libbed that entire scene with Rodney Dangerfield. It's amazing.
Yes.
I would love to play the unedited version because he's just so...
over the top?
Yeah.
Yeah. Surprised he didn't drop dead of a heart attack in that scene. Lastly, we'll wrap up, and we're going to get to what's on the cut sheet part due in just a couple of minutes. But transgender swimmer Leah Thomas has failed in her challenge to rules that bar her from the Olympics. Obviously, a big story. We've covered it a ton here on the station. Former swimmer at the University of Pennsylvania, Riley Gaines, I'm sure very, very happy down in Nashville, Tennessee today as this story came out yesterday. Leah Thomas lost her appeal against a rule from the World Aquatics governing body barring transgender women from competing in women's races. If you were tracking this story, Thomas filed this suit against the World Aquatics, which is the world governing body for water sports, including swimming, seeking to overturn their 2022 policy prohibiting athletes who have been through any part of male puberty from competing in the female category. The governing body added that it is, quote, dedicated to fostering an environment that promotes fairness, respect, and equal opportunities for athletes of all genders, and, quote, we reaffirm this pledge. Also, World Aquatics touting the ruling as a, quote, major step forward in our efforts to protect women's sports. So a big, big victory for biological females that want biological males to not be permitted to compete in their sports. And, of course, a lot of that falling under Title IX, which, as we know recently, the big guy pretty much nuked and obliterated. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Cut sheet part due on the other side. It's Kayal and Company on a Thursday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The forecast for hot summer weather should come as no surprise. And the forecast for high energy costs shouldn't either. PJ Fitzpatrick has a great plan to cool your electric bill. Replace your leaky old windows with energy-efficient and budget-friendly insulated windows. The PJ Fitzpatrick team, voted Best of Philly, has replaced hundreds of thousands of windows. And they've earned thousands of 5-star reviews. Call today and save thousands on your windows and electric bill. Visit trustpj.com today for a free window consultation.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. June is Men's Health Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. Life is busy. It can be hard to focus on your health. Thankfully, Rescue Men's Health Supplements have the vitamins, minerals, and nutrients that provide men with what they need. Rescue supplements can help boost testosterone, promote a healthy prostate, as well as support energy and vitality for an active life. And for the month of June, when you buy one of their Men's Health single bottles, you'll receive a second totally free. Just use the code STRENGTH for the buy one, get one offer. To order, call a Rescue Product Consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or shop online by visiting res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Discover the amazing benefits of Rescue Natural Male, Prime RX, Super Prostate, and more. Again, use that code STRENGTH for the buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Men's Health products. Shop res-q.com and do it today.
Ad paid for by AG Marketing Group. Attention timeshare owners. If you need to get rid of your timeshare for any reason, please listen to the following message. Getting out of a timeshare commitment is not easy, and it takes time. But we specialize in helping consumers legally get rid of their expensive timeshares forever. Can't get the vacation dates that work for you? Maybe you felt taken advantage of or forced into the timeshare? Maybe you just can't continue to shoulder those monthly payments any longer. If you need to eliminate your timeshare commitment, then you need to take down this number, 800-866-7061. We will safely and legally get rid of your timeshare payments forever, all with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Don't continue to let your timeshare be a financial burden to you and your loved ones. Call us now at 800-866-7061. The call is free, the consultation is free. Call 800-866-7061. That's 800-866-7061. Again, 800-866-7061.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
When I walk through that door, baby, be polite. You gonna make me so. If you don't greet me right, don't you ever kiss me once, kiss me twice, or treat me nice.
It's Kayal and Company, 9:37 Thursday morning. We'll find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show at about 9:50. Today in music history, who on Twitter today, and all the goodies before we get out of here. But right now, let's get to What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
Part 2. What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2? Sponsored by Best Work Industries for the Blind. Best Work Industries for the Blind's e-commerce stores helping businesses succeed in all work environments. BestWorkSupplyCenter.com offers traditional office products, cleaning supplies, furniture, technology, and more with free shipping and next-day delivery. Shop now at SaveAtBestWorkSupplyCenter.com. That's BestWorkSupplyCenter.com. Okay, so this is really interesting to me. So last night, Caitlin Collins sat down with Nathan Wade. We heard the jokes that former President Trump was making this morning, just about an hour ago, about Nathan Wade and Fonnie Willis. When asked about the relationship with Fonnie Willis and when it started, he started answering, and his counsel immediately interrupted. If you're watching, go over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Nick, you can describe it for the people who can't get over there because they stop, the cameras keep rolling. Kaylin Collins is just kind of sitting there like, I guess we're going to kind of keep doing this. It's super uncomfortable. Let's start here. Let's play this here now. Cut 14, Phil, go.
Democracy, the case will live on, kind of thing.
Just to clarify, when did the romantic relationship between the two of you start?
Yeah, so, we get into, there's been this effort to say that, okay, these exact dates are at issue, and these exact dates are, I'm getting signaled here.
Uh-oh.
Oh, man.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Look at this.
Can I go off mic for a second?
Yes.
Comes the lawyer, comes the mic guy, one of the technical engineers. Collins is just looking down at her notes like, oh, boy.
They're like, keep rolling, keep rolling. Talking.
Oh. Would she provide Mr. Trump the same easy wiggle room? I don't think so. Look at this.
They're huddled in a corner.
They're
Nathan
backed
Wade,
by a bookcase.
yeah, discussing exactly what he should say.
If you're ever in this position, unless they say this is off the record and we agree that we're going to cut the mics, there's no agreement here. This is fair game.
Oh,
wow.
Everything okay?
Yeah. Yeah, we got to get our story straight.
Just to revisit the question, it was to clarify when the romantic relationship started and when it ended.
Sure. So, I believe that the public has, through the testimony and other interviews, the public has a clear snapshot that this is clearly just a distraction.
How this guy get
it
through
is
law
not
school?
a relevant issue in this case, and I think that we should be focusing on more of the facts and the indictment in the case.
Well, I ask because obviously this.
Wow.
Let me just say this. You are a lawyer, and yet you need another lawyer to basically come in and bail you out of totally nuking yourself from a credibility standpoint, or from, maybe this being brought up in a future trial, or, perjury, or maybe he was going to give an answer that contradicts what he said in the past. I mean, something was wrong there where he was about to make himself look really, really bad. Dawn, your thoughts on this as somebody that's been in those, well, maybe not that setting, but interviewed somebody like that?
Obviously, he was starting to say something that the lawyer was like, whoa, what are you doing?
No, it's like the third
right?
It's like the third base
Yeah.
coach. No, don't go home. Stay.
Well put.
Put up the stop sign, right?
Oh, man.
It shows you. So this guy was tapped to be the lead guy to look into the former president of the United States of America.
Ding, 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 ding.
So just think about that. If this guy was, a sharp, impressive attorney, and you thought, wow, this guy's really impressive, and I can see why Fanny, wanted to hire this guy. This guy is
dopey.
Could you imagine him being a public defender, and you're somebody who can't afford legal counsel, and you get a public defender, and you're sitting there 5 minutes in, and you're like,
Yeah.
I'm going up, what's creek. This guy ain't going to get me off.
But it's such a great point that, you should, I'm not a lawyer, and I know.
Yeah.
To, maybe not talk about this, or maybe say,
discretion.
Yes.
I was waiting for him to look up for the moment like he did in the trial when he paused. And remember the speech bubble with Fanny and the Marvin Gaye? Let's get it on.
Man, wow.
What? I mean, it's hard to believe this is America.
Yeah, it is. Mayor Pete was on with CNN yesterday.
It's been a while since we've heard from Pete.
Discussing all kinds of things. I believe they were discussing the you guys know the story about Alito, Justice Alito and his wife, and how she was
situation.
His wife was secretly recorded by some liberal activist. Berman, or whatever the guy's name is on CNN, asked Mayor Pete about that, and this is what he had to say. This is cut 3, Phil, go.
I want to ask you very quickly about another subject, too. There was a secret recording made at a meeting where many Supreme Court justices and their spouses were, and Martha Ann Alito, the wife of Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito, was discussing how she feels about apparently a pride flag that was flown not far from her house. Listen.
I want a Sacred Heart of Jesus flag because I have to look across the lagoon at the pride flag for the next month.
Exactly.
And he's like, oh, please don't put up a flag. I said, I won't do it because I'm deferring to you. But when you are free of this nonsense, I'm putting it up, and I'm going to send them a message every day.
How does that make you feel knowing that the wife of a Supreme Court justice wants to send a message to people with a pride flag?
Look, I'm often reminded that the most important thing in my life, which is my marriage and my family and the 2 beautiful children that my husband Chasten and I are raising, that marriage only exists by the grace of a single vote on the United States Supreme Court that expanded our rights and freedoms back in 2015 and made it possible for somebody like me to get married. And, Supreme Court justices have an unbelievable amount of power. And by the nature and the structure of the Supreme Court, there's no supervision over that power. They are entrusted with it literally for as long as they live. And part of that trust is we expect them to enter into those enormously consequential decisions that shape our everyday lives with a sense of fairness. I also hope that most Americans can understand the difference between a flag that symbolizes, love and acceptance and signals to people who have sometimes feared for their safety that they're going to be okay, and insurrectionist symbology. I'll just leave it at that.
Insurrectionists.
So how do you go from the pride flag or whatever to insurrection number one?
Yeah.
And I want to ask Pete Buttigieg, well, do you tell your spouse, your husband, how to think, what to do? Do you tell your husband to stifle, and they're not allowed to, fly whatever flag or have free speech that you think for your spouse?
Right.
Because I resent, as a woman and a wife, the implication of keep her in line, get your woman to behave.
Mm-hmm.
That's, to me, that's what that is.
Yeah.
And to think, like, my husband has his beliefs, I have my own, and I don't represent or answer to, what he subscribes. We do live in America in a modern day age.
Mm-hmm.
But basically they're saying, hey, Alito, get your wife to stifle Edith.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Right. And I didn't hear anything from Alito's wife saying that she was going to, vandalize a flag or anything, that would insinuate hatred or anything like that.
No. Now, do I think it's kind of silly? Like, why are you triggered by a pride flag? Like,
Right.
I don't really, I don't get it, but that's her thing. That's just it. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. Do I think that her husband feels exactly like that? I don't know.
It's amazing how flags have triggered America across the board.
Like, she shouldn't be so triggered. I don't know why. I don't understand why people are so triggered by this stuff. I don't.
Mm-hmm.
But
One more from Buttigieg, and then he talks about the Hunter Biden verdict. This is cut 4, Phil, go.
So you are not a member of the president's family, although he has said you remind him of his son, Beau. I'm wondering what you think it must be like for the president now that his other son, Hunter Biden, has been convicted on federal gun charges as both a president on his way to Europe for key meetings.
By the way, do you notice the kid gloves
Oh,
these anchors have for these
I
guys?
know.
How does the justice's wife saying this? How does that make you feel?
Mm-hmm.
We know that Joe Biden, the president, compares you to his son.
Oh, my God.
Oh my God!
You would think that Joe's son is a 12-year-old, the way they treat everything. My God.
I just Berman, is that this guy's name?
Yeah.
Berman. Like, I just come on, dude. Like, just enough.
And I have no problem with it if they were consistent. If that's how they word everything for every story, then I'd say, all right, they're consistent.
You would think the way CNN and MSNBC have covered Hunter's conviction after the verdict came in, you lost your dog or something. It's just so nauseating. It's a grown man who's 54 years old.
How does that make you feel?
Who's given the world.
Yep. How does that make you feel? All right. That's what I have. We have to wrap it up.
Quick break. We'll come back.
No. Let's just wrap it
okay.
up.
Gotcha. All right, Dawn, what do we have lined up? Just about 11 minutes out today.
We have so much on a national level, international level, with this fleet of Russian warships reaching Cuban waters, a lot of tensions. We had Biden over in Italy, G7. We've got Trump in D.C., so much happening. And then here in Pennsylvania, obviously, Philadelphia City Council meeting today, so I'll update you on what they're working on down the Jersey Shore. Great lineup, great interviews. Stay tuned. We're live and local. Buckle in. It's going to be a crazy day. We're going to hear Trump speaking as well this afternoon.
Cool.
Okay.
Yes.
Awesome. Dawn show coming up at 10 o'clock this morning, and now we find out what happened today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, Thursday, June 13th, we celebrate the birthdays of Rivers Cuomo from Weezer and Howard Lees from Heart. We also lost Elvis's drummer DJ Fontana on this day in 2018. Albums include Jagged Little Pill by Alanis Morissette in 95, Candy O by The Cars from 79, Texas Flood by Stevie Ray Vaughan from 83, Uriah Heep's debut in 1970, and For the Metalheads, Survive by Nuclear Assault from 1988. Also on this day in 70, the Beatles were atop the singles chart with The Long and Winding Road. In 69, the Stones introduced new guitarist Mick Taylor. In 1980, the film Roadie, starring Meatloaf, opened in theaters. And in 75, Peter Frampton played the first of two nights at the Winterland Ballroom in San Francisco. Recordings from these two shows were used as part of one of the greatest live albums ever, Frampton Comes Alive.
Yeah.
But lastly, based on all three of your music quote-unquote talk earlier, I actually had an idea. I reached out to Courtney Love of Hole, as well as Graham Bonnet of Rainbow, to possibly sing the brand new hit single, which could possibly be heard on one of our sister stations, Sucking the Rainbow Through the Butthole, for Kayal and Company. I am Phil Almquist.
Yes, you are.
Oh, my
you
Lord.
are Phil Almquist.
It's amazing. Amazing. By the way, somebody asked if when Phil gives birthdays, he can give ages. I agree with that. I think it should be, so-and-so. Today's birthday. Today's Tony Bruno's birthday. He turns 72. Or,
Correct.
Tomorrow's Dawn Stensland's birthday. She turns
39.
29. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying.
Exactly right.
All
right, let's find out who won Twitter
Who won
today.
Twitter?
Ornery Hounds wins Twitter because he says, okay, I've had enough of Elvis for this decade. I was aware his ballads are dreadfully slow, but have painfully discovered his early pop tunes repeatedly use the same or a similar melody. It is numbing. Elvis must have been a well-spoken dolt, similar to a young Joe Biden.
Oh, boy.
Ornery Hounds wins Twitter on this Tuesday. Or Thursday, wherever.
Thursday. One more day to go. 80% of the way down. All right, that'll do it for us. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is up next. We're back tomorrow morning at 6, and this one's for Ornery Hounds on the way out.
I don't work on January the 8th because that's Elvis's birthday.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-688-6641.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.